Exactly, man. Hey, I just hopped over, man. Calm down, man. Ramil about to throw me that alley oop, man. Hey, shout out to Ramil, man. Ramil is back. I mean, we don't know for how long. Y'all know how this thing go. I think this one might not be Patreon worthy. It wasn't really too crazy, but Big Chuck should be joining me here shortly. Crazy, but There we go. The stream just started on the thing. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Chill out, man. Chill out. Chill out. Oh man, Zero's crazy. Hey man, shout out to Ramil, man, him coming back through. Shout out to Zero, of course, man. Again, bro, this is what I'm saying. It's just mighty funny to me, right? How niggas was claiming that, certain individuals that's actually of this space and we know of in this space very well come on a platform and they say something, right? And if you give them the opportunity to explain themselves out, even if you may not agree with it, it's you bowing down, it's you being bitch made, it's you letting niggas son you and all this other shit. But somebody that completely and totally knows nothing of this space pulls up on the space, disrespects, the vast majority of dudes that make up the space, and then niggas say something to them, you starting beef. Are you starting beef or you just challenging somebody's ideology? And again, it wasn't nothing crazy said or anything. It wasn't even it was just like, hey man, you're saying this, you're saying that. And maybe he's just not understanding. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is hard to keep up with, man. Shout out to Be More Tails, man. Hey man, Be More Tails had everybody fooled. I thought it was a dark skinned nigga. This is a light skinned nigga, man. This motherfucking Chris Brown twin cousin, man. Shout out to motherfucking Be More Tails, man, in the building. Fantastic 3-point contest, $100 a shot. Well, $100 a shot made? Matching? I'm not a big 3-point maker, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I need to be NBA range, though. We talking NBA range? Hey, we talking motherfucking like the further out motherfucker. I know I'll get your ass, though. We talking Dame Dollar and motherfucking what's the name range. I'll bust your ass. All right? There's something about it, man. It's something about my wrist strength. But again, man, are you ready? Are you ready? I have a treat for y'all today. This is the first official collaboration with the man you all know and love, the mouth of the South, North, East, West, Galaxy, and Universe. We have Big Truck Series and Reviews in the building.
What's Yay! Good evening! Yay! What's up? Woo! Woo, 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 woo.
Hey man, what's going on, man?
I'm doing great. What's going on with y'all?
Nothing much, man. So, I wanted to have this conversation with you, man, because like I said, shout out to you. You did give us some of your background, as far as your career, your knowledge, and all these different things. So, for those that aren't familiar, how about you give them a quick little rundown as far as like the career and expertise of Big Truck Series and Review?
Oh my goodness, where do I start? Well, okay, so anyway, graduated college, bachelor's degree in geology. Took out went to what was it? I lived in China for a little while. I was learning language, Mandarin over there. I was learning business over there. I lived over there as a foreign student for a while. Then I came back here. I finished up school. I went back, got 2 master's degrees. I have one in physics. I have one in geology, and I also have one in business administration here in America with CUNY Queens College. And basically, at this, I went on to work for Capital One Bank. I was selling mortgages, refinances, personal loans, and whatnot. And at this point, basically, I work here in New York City, Wall Street, and I do personal finance managing, and I also do real estate investing on my own. And I have a pilot's license. I fly recreationally, and recently, because of the how should I say, the lack of harmony in America, I found myself spending all my money on buying guns and ammo. So that's about it.
All right, so don't forget to let them know that you're a Biz Marquee fucking impersonator on every third Saturday of the month.
Yeah,
I've heard that one. Okay, cool. So, brother, this is kind of a continuation of a conversation we had on Ramil's a while back, and it was going to be the talking about the importance of finances, but especially from a credit aspect, good credit, and the fucking, I guess, the aspect of people understanding, like you said, you're extremely versatile individuals. So you have 2 masters or 3 master degrees?
I have 2 master's degrees, and I have a business administration. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah.
So not only are you deeply involved and qualified in the sciences, you also have, like you said, financial specialties also. So yes. Pretty much for you, there is no losing. Plus the international aspect of it. Yes. So I think what happens, or matter of fact, no, what I know what happens is a lot of Black people grow up. Oh, and so as far as you, and if you want to divulge it, did you grow up in a 2-parent household, 1 parent? What?
I grew up in a 2-parent household. My father, I actually have a picture of him somewhere, but I have a picture I could share later. I have to look it up. But 2-parent household. My mother was a English teacher. She later on became an administrator. She became a principal. And my father was clergy. He was a pastor.
Okay, cool.
And his father before him was a pastor too. So
that's why you're so loud. That's what it is. I
preach.
That's why you're so loud. That makes all sense. Shout out to the Senate of King Alfonso VIII of Castle. Top for the $2, brother. Thank you. I think that's chocolate answer you told me yesterday. Appreciate you, brother.
I'm no good for the church though, because I curse too much.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you definitely kick your ass out. You start motherfucking holy motherfucking water boiling and shit.
As soon as you walk in. Yup.
Yeah. But recently, man, we had this talk. So again, let me get people to understand, right? So a big part of the aspect of what I've learned in this space, and just Black people don't have, is the mindset of entrepreneurship, right? What people don't understand is, in order for you to become an entrepreneur, you need capital, all right? Either whether it be you get it from a private loan or a personal loan from a family member or whatnot, or you get it from a business. So recently I had someone tell me, so let me give you this breakdown, this scenario to you, Big Truck Series and Review. And you're a car guy too. So tell them about the cars, man. You're super huge on the car because you're a fucking weirdo ass Dodge fan.
You can look at my name. I have a Big Truck Series Review Motorsports channel. Basically, I've owned mostly a bunch of Chrysler SRT products. Wherever your state is, chances are there's a problem there with car theft because people are stealing Dodge Chargers left and right. So I bought a Dodge Charger Hellcat. My daily driver is a Jeep SRT. And I'm waiting for the newest big thing to come out, and then I'm going to probably upgrade later on. But right now, my cars are paid off. And that's basically it. I mean, I've had a number of cars. I used to have a Mercedes, this, that, and the other. But that was only when I worked for the bank. It was all an image thing because, you know what, if you're going to deal with clients, when you pull up, you have to look wealthy. Otherwise, they don't trust you, especially if you're Black. You got to have that suit, you got to have that tie, and you got to have that Mercedes that's $100,000 in order to make these people say, oh, shit, that guy must know what he's talking about, you know? So that's just that.
All right, shout out to Doug for the 5. And Big Truck, you have the illustrious perfect credit score, correct?
Oh, yes. Let me show you that right here because, see, most people would not believe it. They're like, oh, how could a Black man... How could, like, I walk up into the bank like I own the damn place. And they're like, oh, how could a Black guy have a big credit score? So this is my Wells Fargo. You see it loading right there. That's my Wells Fargo. What does this credit score say? What does that say? I can't see it. What does that say? What's that say? What's that say? What's that say?
That says 850, bro. That says 850 FICO. Yeah, you turn that camera off. You're killing your bandwidth. You got that 850 credit score, nigga. But you got that 400 motherfucking Wi-Fi right now.
Now, somebody in the chat has said credit score is for slaves, And I know where they're getting that from.
He's joking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's joking. I think he's in agreement with us. He's pretty. He's pretty. Yeah. Shout out to and I was gonna give him his credit. So shout out to Save His Mind Is Dead. This is where me and you. This is the first time that me and you agreed, right, Big Truck? I think it's the first time me and you actually had something of agreement, right, on Ramil's channel.
And I watch his channel too. I listen to everything he says. I listen to what he says.
Yeah, I tune in to him every now and again too, man. Make sure you guys go there and check out Save His Mind Is Dead. So what Save His Mind Is Dead has this wonderful, platform where he talks about finances and pretty much people being debt free, becoming debt free.
Me personally, see, here's the problem, and I know you're about to tell your story. I don't believe in this country that it's as simple as saying, yeah, I'm going to be debt free. It's like this. You're going to be paying somebody. Either you're paying rent to somebody, or even if I own my house.
Hold up, you gonna fuck it up. Shut up. Shut your loud ass up. You're going to fuck it up. I see you got to let me go. Don't get too co-host, nigga. Don't get too far ahead.
Go ahead.
So anyway, like I said, the thing with Save His Mind Is Dead was he had this whole slave gimmick, right? Or if you got credit, you a slave. If you got property and it ain't paid off, you's a slave. And we like, hold on, man. No. It's not that cut and dry, man. It's not that cut and dry as if you own a piece of property and you don't have the note paid off for it or the deed for it, that you're somehow a slave or you're in debt and all these other things. There is such thing as good debt. And then for people to, well, fantastic, who the fuck is you, nigga, and this, that, and the other? Well, the World Finest Navy recently trained me within the last, I think, year and a half is, being a financial specialist. So I learned a lot of things, plus my own life experiences over, these 37 years of living, as far as what credit does and how important it is. I recently heard some, not very intelligent person say that, credit don't matter. Credit don't matter. Credit don't mean nothing. You don't need no credit. Big Chuck, do you agree with that? Do you agree with credit not mattering and credit not meaning anything?
Absolutely not. And the reason why is very simply, unless you happen to be lucky enough to be cash rich, or you have a huge amount of money coming in from somewhere, or you have a huge amount of inheritance or something like that, chances are you're going to have to buy something or you're going to have to finance something. When you want car insurance, they check your credit. When you want health insurance, they check your credit. Many people know that nowadays, if you're going to get a job, and so if I want to apply for the MTA to work at certain jobs, even if you're renting an apartment, Big Truck, if you're renting an apartment, they check your credit. So
if you want to rent a car from Enterprise or so again, so to say that credit don't mean nothing, you don't need credit, that's pretty much some dumb shit for a dumb person to say, right?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, and usually a person that says that, what do you think about their credit, Big Truck?
What do I think don't have good credit?
Yeah, they usually don't. No, a person that says that, does a person with good credit usually say credit don't mean nothing?
Nobody who has good credit would ever say that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so.
And by the way, let me just say this real quick. When I came out of college, I had student loans. My credit score was a 550. I had just defaulted on Discover Card for $5,000. They started garnishing my wages. So that means that when I first started working out of college, they started taking money out of my check, and they took like 10%. That's what the state allows them to take. Some people who have child support, they get garnished, so they know what I'm talking about. Now, let me tell you something. I had to buy a car, and my first car, I got a 27% interest rate, and I was paying like $700 plus $222 for insurance on a car that should have cost me no more than about $600 combined per month. From that point on, I was like, I'm going to fix my credit. And not only did I fix it, as you can see, I fixed it like a motherfucker. And right now, whatever the lowest interest rate is, I get it.
So, and what's the absolute lowest percentage rate, Big Truck? Inform the people.
Well, the lowest possible percentage rate that you can get is 0%. That means that
what does 0% mean, Big Truck? Explain that to the people that may not be mathematically inclined. Of course, I'm not talking to you guys here that's on my audience. I'm pretty sure you guys know, but again, this is a credit lesson for a lot of people, and I think this is a dearth in the Black community as to where we have this grandparents mentality. Big Truck, have you ever heard of the statement of you gonna die owing somebody, so I'm just gonna spend the money? Right?
I've heard,
have you ever heard that? Okay, cool. And again, this is usually something said by people when they go out here, especially older black people down in the South. They buy like whatever the brand new Cadillac was, like every couple of years, and not lease it, right? Like they would actually go out there and buy it, or trade it in and get pretty much have this forever, car loan to keep up with the brand newest car, whatever it was, and they feel like because they're old and they're gonna die eventually, they don't give a damn because they're gonna die. So I might as well, no matter what my credit is, even if it's a 27 or 30% interest rate, I'm gonna go out here and get it and pay the money because this is how I want to ride around for the last of my days, right?
Exactly.
So another big thing too that you talked about, the importance of how many properties do you own, if you don't mind? Do you want to divulge that or just say you have more?
I have 2 houses and I have 1 office.
Okay, so damn, this nigga got a whole office. All right, then that ain't where you be playing.
And I'll tell you this: my goal is to buy a 3rd house.
All right, so are both of your houses paid off or one? Is it one? You said, because I know you said you had one paid off.
Paid off. One I just refinanced because I wanted to do work on it, and I have tenants living there renting.
Oh wait, hold on, stop, wait, but back up. You got to slow it down, Big Short. What you say? You said refinance. So refinance means you have what? You have a mortgage on that property?
Okay, so refinance means that what I did was I took out a small loan against the property, and I did it with the lowest possible interest rate because I had tenants in that property, and I needed to make some upgrades because there were problems on the property. Because what I did, this is what some people do. Some people say, I'm going to go out and buy the biggest, nicest house I can get, and they buy a $600,000 house. Instead of me buying a $600,000 house, I bought 2 houses that were less than $300,000. So if you really think about it, it makes perfect sense. Instead of me buying 1, I'll buy either 2 or 3 for the price of 1. Here's the only downside. When you do that, now you have to go and do repairs. So what I've recently been doing, I've had a couple of people, they came in, we redid plumbing, we redid electrical, we redid basement, bathroom, we redid.
Yeah, we saw you putting the stainless steel appliances in the last one when you was doing the remodel, right?
That one was my mom's house, and my tenants have Frigidaire because that was like the cheapest shit I could buy. So I got Frigidaire from Home Depot. I got a nice Frigidaire set, and then I redid the basement, and I made it nice and livable. And then you got to remember, if you're a New York City tenant or a New York City landlord, you have to make the place up to code because otherwise the tenants could possibly sue you. And like, for instance, live
that rent free and get out of paying you your rent for the time you're there.
Right, because the judges right now, as you know, we have moratoriums on rent. We have forbearance
and all that shit. Yeah.
Now I've been lucky because I've had tenants who I only take city workers. I only take city workers because city workers have unions behind them. I already know my money is guaranteed. So with this pandemic shit,
you don't only take anybody, Big Chuck.
I don't do that anybody shit. Fuck that.
No. You don't only take any certain people. You rent out your property to the people that qualify. That's what you
rent out to people who I qualify to meet.
Okay, they qualified by the law. That's what you do. I'm trying to help you. Okay. So that means what? So you have a property that you have tenants in. So if you have a property with tenants, are you paying your mortgage or are your tenants paying your mortgage for you?
Oh, this is where it gets beautiful. This is beautiful. I don't know if you're familiar with any of the schools up here. Hofstra University. I own a house near Hofstra University. Hofstra charges these kids about $30,000 a year to have one of their dorms or one of their better dorms, right? So knowing that, you figure $30,000 a year divided into 12 months. You already know what that is, right? That's more than like $2,000 a month, right? Here's what I do. I bought this inexpensive house, less than $300,000, and I charge 6 kids $1,000 a month to live in that house. So I'm making $6,000 a month on a mortgage with its insurance and its property taxes. That's $2,000. I walk away with $4,000 out of that, give or take.
Damn. So hold on. So and again, I need you. So now let's shift over to the other expertise block of Big Truck Series Review, which you've shown, and you actually, not saying you gave me financial advice, but you pointed me in the correct direction already concerning the stock market, right? Because again, you are an official and qualified financial advisor or financial administrator. What's your advisor? So you are a state recognized in the state of New York. New York is like one of the most expensive. Is it the first or the second most expensive city in the country. I think it's
Oh
even
no, the
more
most
expensive.
expensive places are in California. It's like Los Angeles, Palos Verdes. It's really actually in California. New York
Okay,
is
great.
actually more like number 7.
All right, so number 7. So again, in that area, you are a licensed and officially recognized financial advisor for the state of New York, right?
That's right.
Okay, so and you have a very very good portfolio. To you guys, make sure, hey, for the mods, make sure you guys put his link in the chat. Spam oh, shout out to Eagle Eyes for the $20. Appreciate you, brother. Support to you, brothers. Appreciate
I'm
you,
gonna
Eagle Eyes,
share.
for the $20 cash app, the super chat. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna share one of the watch lists that I use because I have more than one portfolio. This one I was actually using on YouTube as a
Make
teaching.
it bigger, nigga. Make it bigger. It's too small. Make it bigger.
Okay, I'll try to make it bigger. Tell me when to stop. 200%.
Look bigger.
Okay, about 250.
Let me ask the cat. Can y'all see it? Can y'all see it clearly? Is everything coming through clear? Because I can't. It looks like trash on my shit.
Oh well, no, I see it fine even in the window.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I made it. What's the name? So yeah, go ahead.
So basically, to explain this, recently you know that there's a lot of people out to get as much money from you as possible, whether or not it's your stimulus checks or whether it's not, they're trying to get you to invest in cryptocurrency. My problem with cryptocurrency is they make big promises of return, but they do not pay dividends over time. Now, you may know some of the biggest stock investors, Warren Buffett and a lot of other names I could name, they made their long-term money by buying dividend-paying stocks. When Warren Buffett dies, he's going to leave those dividend-paying stocks to his kids. And those dividend-paying stocks are in big companies, Microsoft, Apple, whoever basically pays dividends, right? So what I do is every single month I take YouTube money and I put it towards dividend payers. Right now, the absolute best dividend payers you could have been in, and I've been telling people this since March, oil and big banks. I also told people about the airlines when the airlines hit rock bottom. But the problem is the airlines weren't profitable, so they stopped paying their dividends for a while until they become profitable because, as you know, coronavirus hit them. However, oil and big banks never lost their profitability. And as you can see, gas prices are on the rise right now. Oil drilling, all of those things, they never lost profitability, so they are still earning those dividends. I believe Sunoco is my favorite. They're number 1. They're the highest. And the thing about it is dividend-paying stocks don't make you get rich quick. And that's the mistake a lot of people make. They think that they're just going to get rich quick. Instead, what you're doing is you're putting in small amounts of money, and over time, that money is paying you in dividends, helping you buy more shares, paying you more dividends. And in the long run, you've built up a retirement portfolio.
Cool. So being that you have the stocks and you have the property, which, and again, you are a licensed, officially recognized by the state of New York financial advisor. Do you make more money in the stocks or you make more money in the property?
I'll tell you, ultimately, you make more money ultimately in real estate. Real estate is actually the number one investment most Americans make. And let me tell you how this works.
Oh, hold on. Wait. We gotta hold on. We gotta walk this down, Big Chuck. We gotta walk this down again. You teaching, brother. So come on, let me help you. I'm gonna guide you down the streets in the roads. Okay, so this is without a doubt. I shout out to Ramil Amir. Ramil was in earlier. Shout out to Descendants, King Alfonso VIII of Castile. I'm stingy with my money, but I don't mind donating to you. I see it, brother. I greatly appreciate it. You always hit me about at least $50 by the time these things be over. Slow it down, brother. Appreciate you. Good. You ain't gotta give me money every time, but I greatly appreciate it, brother. So Big Truck. So hands down, without a doubt, real estate is pretty much overall the best success, and this is why it's always a big stressor and emphasis put on the real estate market. Correct?
Yes.
So and then furthermore, like you said, on average, what's the average? Shout out, there you go. The man with the plan, never been wrong. See, Ramil, a dumbass nigga told me the other day, real estate, renting. So Big Truck, you said you have 2 properties, which one of those properties are paid off. Is that the one that you're renting out for $6,000 a month, or is that the other one?
I took out a small loan, and the reason why I did it as a loan instead of using my cash was because I collect points in order to use them for travel. So what I did was all of the purchases that I made, like the materials that I needed, I used a card for it, paid it off using the loan, and then I repay it using the rent that I get from the tenants. So if you understood how I do the financing, it makes perfect sense. And the reason why I do it that way is because at the end of the year, I can get a business tax deduction in a certain manner. So you also have to have a good CPA. But let me get to that point about why I say real estate's the best. If you're paying rent to somebody, you're paying their mortgage. You have to ultimately be paying rent. But if you're paying rent, you're not.
Wait. Say that again, Big Truck. So again, if you have a mortgage and you're renting out somebody's property, they're not paying their mortgage. The tenant is paying the mortgage of the renter, correct?
The tenant is paying money towards the landlord's mortgage.
The landlord, my bad. Yeah, the landlord. Okay, and furthermore, Big Truck. So Big Truck, the average lifespan of a black man, I think, what is like 70 years old, something like that. Is he between 68 and like 72, correct?
Something like that. Yeah.
And the longest you can usually get a home mortgage for is 30 years, correct?
And let me say why. The 30-year fixed mortgage is based on the logic that you're going to get married in your early 20s, you're going to stay married, and then by the time that you're in your late 50s or 60, you'll be finished paying off that mortgage, and now it will become an asset rather than a liability, and all you'd have to do is pay taxes. So they're expecting you to stay married. They're expecting you to pay off that mortgage within that 30 years. Then they're expecting you to get your Social Security or get your pension or get whatever your retirement is. And therefore,
only have to worry about paying the property taxes on the property. Wow. So hold on, Big Truck. So because Big Truck, and shout out real quick, we got a question for you actually. So Roscoe says, what's Truck's thoughts on options trading? What's your thoughts on options trading?
Options trading is much, much riskier than ETFs. Personally, I prefer not to deal with options trading. I actually prefer ETFs because they pay dividends. Options trading is better for people who consider themselves day traders or people who want to jump in or dip their toe in the market and take it out. I prefer to buy my stocks that pay dividends and hold them for long periods of time so that when I decide to cash out later on, I'll have not only accumulated dividends, but also I'll be able to cash out the market value of those stocks.
Hey, shout out to Zero in the building. I don't know nothing about no dividends, but I know about getting in it. Yeah, because a player out here soaking up game and shooting at you lanes, baby. Pimp C, bitch. Trill, ho. Shout out to Sun's Hot Rod for the 5, man. Appreciate you.
All right, go ahead. With that,
Here we go. We got this. Gonna be a good one. Shout out to Saving Money's Dad in the building.
And you know what? I gave Saving Money because I listen to everything he says, and I watch his channel. I listen to it. I join his channel every now and then. Maybe our points of view diverge in some areas, but what I will say is this: if you have, and one thing, and I'll give him the quote, savings minus debt, the best possible investment you can make is a paid off house. Once that place is paid off, the only thing you got to worry about is paying the taxes. You know, you have a roof over your head.
All right, slow down. So let's teach the people. Let's show the people this, Big Truck, because again, in 30 years, and again, like I said, so how old were you bought your first property, Big Truck?
When I bought my first property, I was about 26 or 27.
So yeah, me and you bought our careers around the same time, but all one is already paid off, right? Because of you renting it out at the rate you was able to rent it out for the thing, right?
Well, let me explain that again. The first one is paid off completely. The second one was paid off, but I took out a small loan. And the reason why was because, as you can see, interest rates are lower than ever. It's not even a full mortgage. I only took out like $15,000. I have the cash to pay it back. But the reason why I did it that way was because my CPA explained it to me that he could get me business tax deductions if I were to do it this way. So what I did was I did it that way. And what I'm doing is paying it off as soon as the last of the repairs are complete. So they won't even have time to get me for the interest the way I'm doing it.
Okay, cool. All right. So again, in 30 years time, no matter how you cut it, you should have this paid off, right?
Oh, no. I can pay it off as
no. I'm saying no. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm just saying for the person who buys a 30-year mortgage,
right,
at 25, 26 years old, by 55, everything goes right. Even if you're paying it for yourself, right?
Right.
That's paid off. You no longer have to pay rent for another 55 to 72. So that would be
all you're paying is taxes.
17 years. Like you said. Like, so we're gonna share this with the people, right?
But see,
we educate over here. Hold on real quick. Let me see.
Okay, go ahead.
We educate over here, people.
Okay.
And according to Statista, let me make this a little bigger for y'all. Y'all see this? Okay, let me see. All right. So you guys should be able to see this. So the overall rent, all right, from studio to 5-bedroom or more apartments per month for rent is going to be $11.24 a month. $11.24 a month. So on average, if you don't own property, you are throwing away $11.24 per month for 30 years that you will never ever get back. You know what I'm saying? You'll never ever be able to take and rent and have somebody else pay it for you because you don't own any property. That's why you're renting an apartment. And then furthermore, like I said, you're still going to have to pay that $11.24 per month for the remainder of your lifespan past that 55 years old. Let's even just bump it up to 60, right? Because even if you made it to 60, say you waited to 30 to buy a house, right? You waited to 30 and you made your last payment at your 60th birthday, you still on average have at least 10 or more years to live. So for those 10 years, instead of paying $11.24 per month for those last 10 years, like Big Truck said, you'd only have to pay the whatever your property taxes is, and you divide that property taxes on a yearly basis by 12, and that will pretty much be your rent for the rest of your life, right? So when people knock down and they say things like stupid, like I don't need no property, and you paying somebody else and all these other things, it's like hold on. So you mean to tell me I'm paying something I have to pay anyway because we all have to have somewhere to stay, right? Nobody wants to be homeless. Nobody wants to live under a bridge. So the purpose of me going out, and again, shout out to Ramil Amir. This is another big thing too that Ramil Amir put me on to, and I had no idea about. Ramil Amir and Erica Williams. They're really big on the wholesale aspect of it, and people buying properties that are either foreclosures, tax liens, estate sales, all these different things, as to where you don't have to go out here and necessarily buy a brand new house that's $200,000. Somebody that's missed something as simple as their HOA fees, or they've not paid their property taxes, and that's how a lot of the gentrification happened in the black neighborhoods. Big Mama and them will have this house that they had paid off. They died, 70, 80 years old, what have you. So the house that Big Mama stayed in gets passed down to the family, but the family let little Boom Quisha or Ray Ray move in there, and they don't even pay the fucking property taxes. So they go up for fucking auction to the county courts, and then the court sells a motherfucking whole paid off house for something like $2,000, $3,000. All because why? In this whole year, the whole time, they done had Jordans, Gucci belts, Loud, Hennessy. They done bought, you know what I'm saying? They done bought the brand new Chrysler with 26-inch rims on it. But the most important thing they could have brought, or they could have taken care of, they neglected, and now they lost a whole property, which Alejandro or Chan or somebody, foreign user that came up and bought up the property. I seen this happen, and I seen black people complain about this in Macon, Georgia directly. Macon had this big pretty much takeover from Mercer University. Mercer University pretty much bought up the whole area surrounding it after they shut down. They purposely condemned and shut down the projects that were right next to it.
Okay, so what you're seeing right here, this is the type of house that I'm going to go after for a third house. So yes, I know some people don't like to hear it, but yeah, I'm going to end up going back into slavery in order to buy my third house. Now, this is what will happen. This is the garbage that we have here in Queens. A $389,000 house at the lowest possible percent interest rate because I have a perfect credit score. This is not going to cost me $2,500 a month. It'll cost me less than that, factor in the taxes. What I will do is the same thing that I've already done. I'm going to rent it out to college students, and I'm going to use them willingly to help me to pay the entire mortgage off, and I will walk away with that money that's extra. So as I already said, I have one place near Hofstra, And I'm charging them far less than Hofstra would charge them to live in a private house.
All right, hold on, nigga. I know you like to talk, so I have to slow you down. Let me get Zero in here. We gonna touch on that too. Shout out to Zero again. If y'all was so smart, y'all would need a hustle out here in these streets. So you was stacked up and racked up. Y'all lame still trying to make the video game money on the stock market and shit. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate the Zero. So Big Truck. So again, so we have this thing as where you're about to
buy a third house.
Buy another house. And like I said, are you gonna how much? I'm looking at this right. I'm making sure I'm seeing this right. $389,000, right?
Okay. Let me also show you. Let me show you this. Everybody should have a mortgage calculator, right? Mortgage calculators allow you to calculate the cost of interest. Now, if I were to get a 20-year fixed mortgage, because I've got Wells Fargo trying to help me with this, a $390,000 purchase. Now, forget the closing costs. I pay all that up front because I have the cash. 180 months at 3% will cost me $2,693. Total interest would be $94. Now, that's assuming I don't make any changes to it, right? So ultimately, the way it works is I won't be paying it. I will have kids living in there. I will buy the place. I will make what repairs I have to make. I'll have these kids living in there. All of them will give me a security deposit before they move in, just in case they fuck up a wall. And they will be paying me gladly because they'll be near the school. They'll be able to get to the school. They won't have to pay the school's ridiculously high dormitory fee. And they make out, everybody's happy.
Well, and again, Big Truck, another big thing was, so Big Truck, if, let's just say, happenstance you were, if you were to, let's say you were in the military, right? You had a VA loan, what you wouldn't have to pay, Big Truck?
Private.
You wouldn't have to worry about, you have to pay any of those closing costs. You wouldn't have to come out of pocket with anything. You know what I'm saying?
I'm 39 years old. I have no chance of getting into the military.
Well, I know, I'm just saying, but I happen to be in the military. So, my house, any house I get, if I was going to get this same $389,000 house you were going to get, something with a similar credit score and all these other things, I wouldn't have to worry about any closing fees or upfront cash or none of those things. You know what I'm saying? Gotcha. So, for people to say that, you working and having to, so you're clearly an entrepreneur, right? Yeah. You have the trading aspect and you're a landlord. But do you still work for Wells Fargo currently, or do you have an actual job that you check into still, or you just?
Oh no, it gets better. In this case, I am my own boss. I have my own office. I don't know if you remember when I did that live video in Manhattan, because there was an apartment that I was renting out. I don't know if you remember that during the summer last year.
Okay. That's where you had your fucking what's the name set up? Is that where you had your flight sim set up?
No. You remember when I was out in the street last summer and I was on the streets and I was showing you around during the pandemic? Yeah. And I was at the apartment. I was waiting for a client to get there because I was renting out to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm my own boss. I have no boss ahead of me. I am my own boss.
But you still work for a corporation, though. You still work for a corporation.
I work with them, but I'm private.
Okay, so that's even better. So wow. So again, so it's funny to me, and furthermore, up until this point now, you used your corporate capital, right, to start your entrepreneurship aspect, correct?
That's right.
Wow. Again, so I'm just confused as to where, again, we have Black people out here trying to discourage people from having that, that 9 to 5 or that, that very, very, lucrative and secure career. Because, not all the time, people, I think, have a big misunderstanding of, oh, you got to be this 6-figure nigga, you got to make 100K, you got to do all these things. Well, no, shout out to Erica Williams. She said this too. You don't have to necessarily and it's not your place for your job to be 100% of your income. What you're supposed to do and what smart people do is they take the capital from their job, their 9 to 5, their career, and they start those other businesses and reach out, spread that out for entrepreneurship. So I'm gonna put myself in this situation now. I'm been in the military, active duty 17 years. 3 more years, I'll be retired. God willing, I make it right. Hopefully, I don't get hit by a truck, or I just pop up and die, or I just get so hurt and I'm so sad with my life that I hurt myself because my life is so miserable, right? Who knows? But being that I make it for only working 20 years, and as far as I know, there's no other company out here from a corporation standpoint that you're going to be able to retire at a 20-year rate, right? And not only retire at the 20-year rate, but as soon as the day you retire, okay, you start getting your retirement pay. Even if you had it, right, and you retired from a job, do you know what the retirement age is right off the top of your head, Big Truck?
Well, I'll tell you this. They've been trying to push retirement back, and they've also been trying to see this nigga right here. That's the guy who comes up to sell you your house. Not just the loud guy you hear on YouTube. That's me.
Biggie Smalls. What the fuck? Hey, hold on, man. Hold on. I done seen Pimp C and fucking Biggie Smalls today. What the fuck going on, man? Somebody.
When I show up, that's the guy who shows up in the Mercedes. And
somebody's lying, man. I done seen Pimp C and fucking Notorious B.I.G. in the same day. What the fuck going on around here, man? What the hell going on around here?
Oh, and those are Versace shades, by the way, just in case nobody knows.
Where am I? Hey, you ain't saying nothing, brother. You ain't saying nothing. Where we at?
I got the little gold lions right on the side.
Where we at? God damn, I ain't got my in front of my face Versace lens. Where my lens? Oh, there we go. Hold on. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing, Big Truck. Wait, what you talking about? What you trying to do? In front of my face, Versace lens. What you talking about, man? Hey, man. Y'all see the, it's official. Y'all see the little Versace. Yeah, shout out to Big Truck, man. Ain't no Big Truck was into the designer shit.
I got the Versace. No. And I got the Ferragamo shoes.
Oh shit, and the Ferragamo?
When you show up, you gotta have the $500 slippers on. You gotta have them.
Hey, shout out to Big DJ Nav, man. Fantastic. Big Truck can speak on the transition from corporate to working for himself. What type of plan did he have and what was the turnaround time? We're going to get into that one. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, we got Jazilla the Beast, another financial expert in the building. Again, man, we don't just talk about, whatever they claim we talk about around here. I believe this is a troll account, but I appreciate you, brother. I work 9 to 5, make great money, and I'm thankful I'm able to provide for mine and maintain the house my girl wanted. Rent is not the way to go. I think this motherfucker B More Tails, man. Y'all can't believe this is B More Tails. We caught it the last time. I think that's him right there too, man. I don't know. We'll figure it out though.
So that's the dude right there who be showing up to you in the Mercedes S-Class.
Fucking Biz Marquee fucking impersonator, man. Every third. God damn it. Yes, you do, nigga. Biz Marquee and Biggie Smalls, like amalgamation, motherfucker. Oh, let me get back to this and then we'll answer the question. So in my situation, right, where, like I said, I'm 3 years away from retirement. I'll be retired at 40 years old. And I will, from the day I stop getting my regular actual paycheck from the military, I'll be getting my retirement pay and I'll be getting my disability pay. Hopefully I get it at 100% disability, which is not difficult for me to get because, again, I did slip a disc in my back. I had a couple of surgeries. I broke a couple of bones. Usually, 20 years. 100%, I'm pretty much in there. With that 100% disability, I get free property taxes for the rest of my life. So even after Big Truck, check this out. So after I'm done having other people pay my mortgage for me, and probably possibly me again within those 30 years, I won't even have that property tax to pay from 55 on. So I will literally be living rent, mortgage, everything free from 55. Only thing I have to pay are my utilities, gas money to run around and do all these different things. So, a lot of people are closed-minded, people that have never had careers, especially, and they don't know what it entails for having a career versus a job and the benefits of it long-term. See, everybody thinks about, well, now, I got X amount of dollars, nigga, I got cash, I got this, I got that. If someone said anything to you about, let's say, 25 grand, Big Truck, are you impressed with 25? What's 25 grand in New York City, Big Truck? Is that any money?
I'll say it like this. 25 grand is a down payment for a house, basically.
Okay, down payment for a house. So would you take 25 grand and put it all on a used car, though, Big Truck? Is that a smart investment for you?
Now, here's the thing. Everybody has different situations. I would never put that much down on a used car.
On a used car.
Because, we have a saying up here. You're either going to pay a car note or you're going to pay a mechanic. So if you want to drive around in an old car because you could buy it outright and you want to keep fixing it and this, that, and other, well, you could do that. However, if you want to have a new car with new car smell, and that's me, I like the new car smell. I don't like having anybody else's problems. When I buy my cars, they're brand new. So like when people see on my videos, I make my videos brand new when I pick up a car off the lot, and I'll buy it off the lot. And even though they give you and see, this is how I work. What I'll do is I'll let them sell me the car as cheaply as possible. They set me up for the loan, and then I'll go and pay the entire thing off in cash. Here they are thinking that they sold me a loan that I was going to be paying for the next 5 or 6 years. But thanks to these lovely children paying me all this money, I'm able to afford things like that without those big ass car notes, and I pay my shit right off. How about that?
Yeah, but like I said, and I noticed this. Shout out to Cool Kamasi the other day. Cool Kamasi hit me up yesterday at the buzzer, man, for the 5. Thank you for the BABG. What up from yesterday, brother? And thank you, Cool Kamasi, today for the $5 super chat right now. Shout out to Fantastic 824 Big Truck Series Review. Waiting for the career to private transitions. BTR, aka LIRR. I don't know what the hell that is. We elaborate. And shout out to my man, MGTOW Flights for the 11. For
LIRR means Long Island Railroad. It's a train.
Oh, okay. Okay, bet. Okay. So, what were we saying? Oh, yeah. All right. So, yeah. So, this aspect of credit versus cash, right?
Right.
So ideally, and did you ever? Because I think did I ever hear you talk about Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki?
That was a while ago. Yeah.
Okay, so I remember Robert Kiyosaki say this: I never spend my own money. I go to the bank and I spend their money, so I can make more money. Because the ideal is this: the purpose of a loan is so you don't have to take your liquid capital and the money you have available to you and put it all in one thing. Especially when you're in your position where you have a perfect credit score, right? And you can get pretty much almost a interest-free loan, 0%, but you're never going to get on a house, I understand. But like for a car, that's realistic. I know you remember this. You might have took advantage of it when the pandemic thing started happening. Every fucking major car company did a 0%. They were advertising a 0% interest loan. Did you?
Yes, and I was going to mention that earlier when you said, well, is it even possible to have a 0% interest? Here's the thing. What you have to remember is that every single year, the car manufacturers, they have to get these cars off their lots because just having those cars there costs them money on their floor plan, right? The reason why they were doing 0% interest financing and they were giving you these long terms is because even though you're going to get it, it's going to be 0% interest. They're going to make a lot of money off of you because you're going to be getting your maintenance done for the most part with them, or you're going to be getting parts for them, or you're going to be getting other things and services from them. So they're going to make their money off of you one way or another. Some people think that, oh yeah, well, I buy a car that paying any level of interest is automatically a bad thing. They were trying to get rid of those cars off their lots because the 2019s, the lots were shut down. So they have to get rid of those cars because they got those 2020s coming. They got the 2021 showing right up. Some of those car dealerships, they have not returned to regular business. They got to get rid of those cars. And not only that, they're anxious to get you into a loan because otherwise they run out of money. They're trying to get their commission. They're trying to get their money off of you. Now, the question is it something that you want? Is it something that will make your life easier? Some people had no car, needed a job. They decided to become Uber, Lyft, Amazon drivers. They went out, bought a car. They're driving, and they drive a lot. And the car pays for itself because now they have a car.
All right, hold on, Big Truck. Hey, if y'all niggas don't like this motherfucking shit, I'll bust everybody's eardrums in here, and I'll tell Big Truck to go up to his normal level. Big Truck is being nice to you niggas right now, and he's on like 1/3 of his volume. I only have 90 likes and I got 160 motherfuckers in here. I will destroy everybody's eardrums in this bitch. Okay, I will unleash the motherfucking the goddamn audio Hulk in this bitch. Don't play with me. Like this shit, niggas. This is something that you can learn from. This man done showed y'all the proof. 850 credit score, nigga. I ain't seen a white person with an 850 credit score, and y'all see he's definitely a nigga, 100%. Biggie Swall / goddamn Biz Marquee. Okay, all the B's. All right. So y'all, hey, like this shit. All right. All right, Young Swift. I don't play with me. You better like it, young nigga. Your ears are young and tender. All right. So again, Big Chuck, that's a great explanation, brother. And this is what I'm just trying to get people to see because when was the first time that you were, because your mom was an administrator, educator, and your father was clergy, so you don't necessarily have a financial background, correct? Neither one of them had like a financial background.
Well, you know what? I didn't really start learning finances until I started working for Capital One. And once I started working there out of college, that's when I learned. That was 2006.
Okay, so how were you in 2006?
How old was I then?
Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm 39 right now, so let me do that math.
15 years ago.
Yeah, 15 years ago. There you go.
Okay, cool. All right, so 24 years old, and it's crazy, Big Truck, because again, in black neighborhoods or just black culture altogether, like you said, that's something that we're not taught. You're in the New York area, so you know about people from Israel, right? People from Israel have the thing,
Absolutely.
yeah. So they
Absolutely.
they have the bar mitzvah, and I think it's what bar mitzvah is 15 to 16 years old, right?
I think it's 15.
So at the age of 15, they pretty much get an investment that's been saved up and already, whatever given to them, put it in a trust fund or whatnot for them to have to pretty much know that, hey, this is how much money we have set aside for you to start your own business or to invest in this and invest in that, and pretty much setting themselves up for success from a financial standpoint.
Oh, you know what? My mitzvah is a 13.
Oh, it's 13th birthday.
13.
Oh shit, so 13. Okay, cool. My bad. Appreciate you, Roscoe. Shout out to Roscoe in the building. So well, yeah, saving my debt, and that's another big thing too. Niggas don't math. Shout out to
Okay, well, on the point that you just made, one of the things that I've tried to stress, and I'm not going to get into the MGTOW red pill aspect of it. I have a lot of Jewish friends. I got a lot of Asian friends and whatnot. I've been invited to their weddings. I've gone to their weddings. I've given gifts, this, that, and the other. One of the things that a lot of people need to understand, especially in the black community, is that these people, their parents, their grandparents, they've saved up money. They used to call it a dowry when it was for women. They don't talk about dowries anymore because basically the women here ain't worth shit and they got debt. But the thing about it is Asians and Jews and a lot of these cultures from outside the country, when their kids get married, they will buy them, if not, I shouldn't even say buy them, they will give them their first house, and their first house is mortgage free. And that is usually a house that's going through the family, right? So what it ends up happening is, especially with the Chinese, the woman, when the parents get older, the woman will quit her job and she doesn't have to worry about work because they already are set. And she'll quit her job and she'll go take care of the parents like a daycare, like, senior care. And while that woman and that husband were working, the parents take care of the grandchildren. So what they've done is they keep the money cycling. So they're basically giving you your house. They're basically giving you money, and they're trusting that you're not going to fuck it all up. But ultimately, you don't have a mortgage ahead of you. So all you have to do is work, and you pay for your little things like your cars, your clothes, your expenses. But my problem with the black community is that just like the properties I have, eventually I want to have children so that I can leave my stuff to them, but I have to teach them how to maintain it and how to manage it and how to deal with the people who are going to live there. So in order for you to have true intergenerational wealth so that your child doesn't have to struggle as much, they're going to have to work. But I would rather have my kid take my house and now you've got a house. All you got to do is work, pay the taxes. You're basically rich as long as you're coming out of that last generation with at least one house. All I'm saying, and I've been saying this, a house is the most important investment you can make. Even if you're not rich, even if your family line's not rich, if you have even one house paid off, that gives everybody in that next generation of your kids a chance to get wealthy because now they don't ever have to worry about paying rent, and all they got to do is make just enough money to pay taxes. My taxes here are like $6,000 a year, right?
yeah.
Anybody could make $6,000 a year. You could be
And
a
furthermore, like you said, and Truck, further shout out to Dreams to Riches for the 199. I got a used 2018 Tesla Model 3 with unemployment. Congratulations, brother. And again, like you said, Big Truck. So again, we're gonna put this, I'm gonna put myself back in the situation.
Okay.
Like I said, if you happen to be someone that happens to be veteran, 100% disability, all these different things, you got a paid off house, you don't even have to pay the property taxes. And furthermore, like you said, that's a stream of income. Are you familiar with, you remember the movie Soul Food? Did you ever watch Soul Food?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, so you remember the whole thing was, Big Mama died. She kept eating them hog maws and chitlins and fatback and all that shit. And they cut her legs off. But then they still went and had the same motherfucking, food that killed her to celebrate her death. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. after she died, the big thing was what we're gonna do with the house and how we're gonna do this with the house and all these other things. And of course it was arguments and this and the other, but like you said, the most important part of it is no one talked about the real finances. And the thing is that could be a stream of income. Because like I said, if you have a house that's paid off due to your prior generation of parents, grandparents, whoever, like you said, now you could possibly, that's less money you have to make on a job, or money you can take to invest in your own stream of income, your own business, your own entrepreneurship. So a big thing is lost in the Black community in the understanding of finance. Like I said, you didn't know about it till you were 24, we said? I think you're 24.
24, 25.
We're 24, 25 years old, and we're not taught this, as children, where you have Asians, Jewish people, white people, everybody pretty much but us learning these important financial lessons, the importance of credit. I've never heard a white person say.
Well, fantastic. Along with that, I didn't really understand it until I saw it in action. And I had Chinese friends, and I would actually go with them when they were like looking to buy cars. And one thing I realized was the dealers were trying to fuck them on the interest rate, right? And they were more focused on keeping the interest rate close to as low as possible than what they were actually paying up front on the car. I didn't understand that until much later. And then I realized, well, this interest is going to keep on compounding on you, and you're going to be paying way more, which is why I was telling people you need to have a mortgage calculator. And I always recommend on iPhone, it's called Loan You Later. And it's a really good mortgage calculator. It can calculate any loan, basically. And it can tell you the amortization rates of a loan. And it can tell you everything about how much the interest is going to cost you.
And again, Big Truck, we're talking, like you said, that's cars to homes. So like people, I think you need to understand. Exactly. But with homes, you're talking hundreds of thousands versus tens of thousands.
Exactly. So, and I will say this, me personally, I don't believe that a home is ever truly 100% paid off. The mortgage is paid off, but as long as those taxes are there and as long as something can spring a leak, like for instance, last summer I had to pay like $5,000 just to fix an oil boiler that the oil tank gave out, and I had to get a new one, and I had to get the installation. And that cost me $5,000. That's one of those sudden expenses that ends up putting people into debt.
You don't have a home. You don't have extended home warranty.
One thing I didn't know at the time was what they did with the insurance was they didn't cover pollutants. They covered water, but they didn't cover a pollutant.
Oil. I've been using that shit, bro. They haven't failed me yet. Every little thing that has happened.
I added it on.
Okay, cool.
So in the future, I don't have to worry.
I bet. Shout out to Josh Sox for the $4.99. Rich people playing 15 to 20 years ahead. Poor people playing for the weekend. Yeah, man. Shout out to Josh Sox, man. Again, when people hop on the internet and claim about they can count out X amount of dollars and things like this, again, bro, that just lets me know like where their mindset is. You would never hear Warren Buffett say something like that. You never hear Bill Gates say something like that. You never hear Jeff Bezos or even Elon Musk say that. Because again, man, it's just a whole bunch of peacocking, flexing, and niggas fronting and capping, basically. Because again, bro, if you had it's a certain amount of money that you have to where it's just certain ways you're not gonna move. Okay, you have an X amount of dollars cash and liquid, bro. You're not gonna advertise it for one, because you're making yourself a target.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You're making yourself a target. And then two is just like, that lifestyle comes with certain things that's pretty much recognizable. So the importance of, again, one thing let me make sure, because you cut me off, it was, oh, you white folk. No, I've never heard Asian people say credit don't matter. I've never heard any type of foreign person talk about it. These are people that may be second generation or whatnot, not even people that are first generation, right? Talking about, because they understand the importance of credit and, like you said, the interest rates and things, right? So, and when a person, has shitty credit, well, you pretty much have to go the cash route, because like you said, if you got a poor credit score and you're starting out in the 20s for a fucking credit rate, you know what I'm saying? It would be cheaper for you to pay cash up front for something, because in the long run, you're literally, almost increasing the loan by 50%. If you're paying something outrageous like a 20%, a high teens interest rate versus somebody that's in, in the single digits or somewhere near close to zero.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, let me say this. Yes, it ultimately is cheaper simply to pay something off in cash, simply because you're paying it right then and there. There's no interest attached to it. The problem ultimately is that because these interest rates have been so low and inflation has been rising, the problem is your cash is worth less and less as time goes on. So what ends up happening is you, like, for instance, $100, you can have $100 saved. It doesn't buy exactly what $100 used to buy because the value of the product has increased versus the value of the money due to inflation.
Yep.
You understand
Exactly.
what I'm saying? So
Yeah, exactly.
that's the only issue. Now, I will say this. It's definitely better to buy something in cash because now you don't have to worry about being hit with any interest payments on that cash. But again, with these Asians, when they're coming from most of their countries, there is no credit. So and when I say there is no credit, I'm saying there is no credit cards, and they're trying to get credit cards now. But the problem is those people, a lot of them will immediately go into debt, and some of the countries are smart enough to stay away from it. But
That's another big thing you said too. Oh, big short, real quick. So this is something I learned too, right? So another big thing that people could help their kids grow their credit is being assigned to an authorized user on a credit card. Of course, that you're paying on time, that you got good credit, and you're going to give your kids that boost. Because it was a dude that was in the class with me that explained, and they were confused as to how he had an 800 credit score at the age of 18. Well, what his parents did was, since he was like, a kid, they put him on a credit card that they paid off monthly, for over 18 years of his life. So when he went to fucking get his first whatever, he had a perfect credit score, and they thought it was a problem or issue or whatnot, what have you, because it's like, it's no way, this dude's 18 years old. Then, like you said, when they did the little digging into it, they figured out, oh, his parents set him up for success by understanding how the credit game is played. So, if you people haven't already heard of this, if you do have good credit, nigga, instead of, because again, this happened to me. All right, I ain't gonna say who, but my goddamn one of my fucking family members took my name and used my name to get fucking cable, right? So, and this is like 10 years later, bro. 10 years later, I'm going to get was it cable with somebody else? Not even the same company. No, it was here. That's what it was. I went to get cable here. So this was like 15, 16 years later. And I'm like, hey man, I ain't never had no account with y'all. What the fuck's going on? Well, it says right here, Macon, Georgia. I'm like, motherfucker. I'm like, look, man, the time that y'all had this fucking thing, I wasn't even in Macon no more. And I can prove it to you. I was in motherfucking Maryland. I never authorized this or whatever the fuck, la la la. You know what I'm saying? Lo and behold, like I said, they had my social security number, so they used my social security number to put the fucking the cable in my name and stop paying the fucking cable bill. So instead of setting me up for fucking success, shit hurt me for who knows how long, because I didn't even know shit about it. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man, instead of doing something that's adverse, do something that's advantageous and help your kids out. But again, you have to start on a good note. I was in a similar situation to you, Big Chuck. Like I said, when the whole housing crisis and shit hit in 2008, right? I just bought my crib, and a whole bunch of other shit. Just everything went up. Gas was high as hell. All kinds of crazy shit and other stuff was happening, man. And I sold some stuff also. I was paying everything. Everything was good or whatever, what have you. But then when I got hit with the child support thing, man, that shit wrecked me, because I was pretty much in forbearance for months, right? But due to the thing that was still out there for the recession shit, I was able to restructure my fucking mortgage and pretty much get all of that wiped away due to the fucking crisis and the housing crisis and shit, right? The what do they call it? High risk loans, or what was the thing they was calling it?
It was ARM loans.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't an arm. It wasn't an arm loan.
Predatory.
Yeah. Predatory lending. Thank you. Predatory lending. That's what it was. So due to predatory lending things, I was able to restructure it. And not only, was I able to get my everything back on track, I was paying less. I was paying $300 less a month, because they readjusted the credit rate and what I'd already paid and all the different things. So yeah, man, having an understanding of that, where credit, man, like you said, man, good credit is hard, bro. It takes a whole lifetime to motherfucking earn it, but only a few things that you can definitely totally fuck it up. Yeah, shout out to the Renaissance chick. Hey, man, everybody, 2008 was hard, boy. It was hard. So, But now, like you said, man, I got my credits in the 700s. We're still trying to get there. I still got a couple things that I'm paying off, whatnot, what have you. I haven't had a missed payment in anything in over 10 years. And coming from where I was before, it's just like you said, night and day. Like you said, man, when I pretty much and I took a book from you too, where you said like, and I because I just recently did this, I pay all of my fucking bills to put everything on my credit card. I got the credit card and I intended to do that, but I wasn't following through.
There you
I
go.
was taking my debit card and paying for shit. But I was like, hold up, no, stop. I gotta stop doing this shit. So I literally now pretty much take my fucking debit card out of my wallet, just have my credit card, use everything to swipe my credit card. Like you said, it's for the flyer miles. These credit cards offer a lot of benefits. If you're just paying money on with your debit card or whatnot, and they give you that bullshit, you get 1% back per whatever the fuck. Man, that's nothing. You want the fucking 1% back, 1 cent on every $10 or $100 or whatever the fuck you spend, or do you want some shit that's where you're spending this money you're gonna spend anyway, and you're able to fucking afford a free flight or a couple of free flights per year, over just spending the money you're gonna spend anyway.
Well, fantastic. You know me, I don't see, some people get scared about talking about money because they don't want anybody to know what they got and this, that, and other. You already know me. I ain't afraid to show what I got. I ain't afraid. A lot of people be fronting. But see, I prefer to lead by example. That's how I do it. Because to tell you the God's honest truth, lying just takes too much energy. So anyway, that's my account right now. In my checking account, 6,159, and this is just one of my accounts because I've got more. Now I want you to notice my credit card account. Venture One, $64, right? So if I were to go to this and look into it, I've accumulated what 82,443 miles, which basically comes out to about $900 when I decide to hop on that business class flight to Thailand. And that's $64.
Turn your camera off, nigga. Your bandwidth cannot handle your camera being on.
So bottom line, no, well, I think
you turn your camera on, you
files. But anyway, no, my point is, it's not just a flex. I try to lead by example. Every single day I spend on my credit card, and then every single next day, as soon as it gets posted, I pay the whole thing off. And the only way that you can do that is the discipline of having cash. Now this is not a lot of money because I have other accounts. I don't keep all my money in one place. But my point is, you can only buy what you can afford to pay off immediately. I don't even wait till the end of the month. Because if I wait till the end of the month, there's always a chance that I might fuck up and I might get a late payment or something like that. That's how you get 850 credit scores. I pay off my whatever I buy, I pay that off every single night. So I don't even give them time to talk about interest. It's just like I was saying, what I do is I'll take out a loan, and then the day that it's due, I'll just pay it right back. And as long as you have the cash and the discipline, you can do that. But see, the problem is a lot of people have a mental block between the cash that's in their pocket and the debt that's on a credit card because they don't feel the debt. They don't feel credit card debt. I feel it. Every night I'm counting my money. When I even think if I owe somebody $60, no, I got to pay that off immediately. So yeah, I spend some money on gas because as you know, if you got a Hellcat or some shit, you're going to spend $100 every fucking 3 days on gas or something like that, right? So bottom line is I buy my gas on my credit card, I buy everything on my credit card, and then I pay it off immediately. When you do that, that makes it so you have no revolving balances and your credit score starts going up. There's no other, that's how I have an 850 credit score. So I lead by example. So when I'm showing that shit, I'm showing it for a reason, and that's just how I work.
That's just how he rolls.
That's how I work.
Anybody that wants to join the link, man, I dropped the link in the chat. I don't know why that shit always does that. I got to put the damn thing in there, right? Anybody, Save Mine's Dead. I know you say you're just watching, bro, but I know it's eating you up.
Yeah, I know. He probably doesn't like some of the things I'm saying, but the issue is it works for me. I got 2 houses. I got an office. I'm renting like an apartment and shit. So my thing is, it works for me. Now, slave or no slave, I don't listen, all that shit is funny and everything. All I know is when I walk into the bank and the manager jumps up to get me some fucking coffee, I like that. That's how it is. Because they know who I am. When I walk in the bank, the motherfuckers know who I am.
Yeah, Big Truck, man. Again, we're here today, man, just trying to get some,
And I'm
some
I'm
help.
trying I'm trying to explain this to people in a way where I think they can understand it. It's like, yeah, you want to have good credit. Don't think of it as it's just. And I kind of
Yeah,
consider it a game
that's
too.
yeah. Let me say it for you. Let me say it for you, my Big Truck. That's white people shit. White people worry about a credit score. Yeah, you don't need no credit. I just pay everything cash. Cash is good. I don't need no credit. I just gonna pay for everything with the cash money I got. Again, man, listen, bro, that shit sounds good. It sounds good on paper. It sounds good for you to, do a whole bunch of shit for the gram or whatever, what have you, right? It sounds great on paper, but when it actually gets into the aspect and we're talking about getting the thing to where we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, man. Just think of you going to a place like California talking about spending $100,000 cash on a house.
Oh shit, it's
You know
bro
what I mean?
truth. Oh shit. What's up, bro? Oh
Hey
no,
man, we already in here deep, man. Hey man, make sure y'all like and share the stream, man. We got the heavy hitters already in the day. We got Dr. Anwar Dunbar, we got my man Ramil in here, Bro Truth, Alonzo Hall, we got Judge in here, man. So we will go ahead and hop into this thing. Go ahead, Doc. It's on you, brother.
Fantastic. I hope. First of all, what's going on, man? Salute. First of all, I hope this doesn't start anything. But Big Truck, I don't like your politics, man.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm joking. Hey, I'm joking. I'm a fan, actually. I'm a fan.
Thank you, sir.
But yeah, fantastic. This is an important discussion. I mean, I know you well, sometimes you get off into the other stuff, but just the fact that you and Big Truck just said that, I think a lot of us share that experience that we don't get this type of information until, geez, I didn't start getting it till my late 20s. When I was in school, and I thought getting my professional training, my PhD was the only thing I could do. And I'm not saying it's not a good thing to do. I encourage other young people to get into the STEMs if they have an aptitude for it. But without understanding the money game, you're just going to be in a mouse wheel the rest of your life. So this discussion, I heard savings minus debt is in the chat. All these discussions are really important. I see Alonzo's here, Ramil's here. All this stuff, we need more of this.
Appreciate you, Doc. Greatly appreciate it, man. Not a problem. We got Bro Truth in the building. Go ahead, Bro Truth. Bro Truth, you there? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, what's good, bro? What's good? What's happening, man? Just wanted to get my 2 or 3 cents on the subject, man. And it's in regards to credit in general. I think Big Trucks. First of all, let me go ahead and get this out of the way, man. Like, real talk, Big Truck, man. I commend you on your financial acumen, man. I really appreciate you, giving this message out to brothers that really need it.
Thank you, sir.
Even me personally, right? Like, shit, I don't fuck something up over here. God damn, nigga, straight tripping, bro. Anyway, even me, man. Like, I didn't have this shit growing up, bro. You know what I mean? I literally was, completely ignorant to finances. The most like, Americans, most niggas really, shit. We grow up with this idea that, money is just, it's not a tool, right? Money is just something you motherfucking use to go buy goddamn rims and flage with, We don't have that utility view when it comes to money. And, it wasn't until I got into like my early to mid 30s where I started like cleaning up my act and realized, okay, I'm going to be on this earth for quite some time, and fucking off money on dates and clubs and, turning up and all that shit, that's not really a solid investment strategy. So just in regards to like credit, man, like, you need credit, okay? Especially in this country, you absolutely need it. Not only that, how do you think rich people get rich? They literally acquire lines of credit from multiple different banks, right? Through the use of their excellent credit scores, they're able to go into any bank they want to, acquire multiple lines of credit and have that credit line available for times when there are opportunities for them to put money up towards an investment. For instance, say like during the 2008 housing crash, hell, even recently as last year during the COVID crash, what rich people did, they had that money sitting, just waiting for the opportune time to snap up blue chip stocks at discount prices. That's how the rich gets richer. They use other people's money to invest in sound investments at opportune times. So all this, oh, you don't need credit, that's some bullshit. Like for real. Why use your own money when you can use other people's money? And you can get even more granular when you actually using money, right, that's in your LLC. So even if you make an investment and it goes bust, guess what? You're not personally liable for it. That's your LLC. That's your LLC going bankrupt. You know what I mean? The assets of your LLC then get sold off. You don't have to worry about that personally. So, I mean, credit can be utilized effectively so long as you are ensuring that you're not just frivolously going out and just purchasing bullshit. I don't want to take up the panel, but I also want to speak on options investing. I'll go and let somebody else get the mic. I just got hella people on the panel, but I definitely want to pick up on stock investing, options investing, because I'm thoroughly involved in that, and that's pretty much a passion of mine.
Okay, we'll come around to you. Shout out, brother. Appreciate you, bro. Too. We got Ramil in the building. Ramil, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? Appreciate you having me, man. Had to slide through, return of love. Yeah, shout out to Big Truck. I definitely agree with the long-term dividend growth stock investing way to do it. That's how I feel about it. Even my OG, you know what I'm saying? She tells me, like, she put me on the side. Look, dividend growth stocks for long-term investing, and then you can live off the interest when you get to a certain point. That's can't really. I had to go vote. I was getting emails this morning to me, oh, you got to go vote for AT&T stuff. I forgot I even had to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? You get to go vote when you have the shares of the company. So I definitely agree with the long-term dividend growth investing. I'm definitely for that. You know what I mean? Now, my other thing is that why do niggas hate cash so much? I'm still confused as to why y'all have. Now, we're talking about business of person. The business I understand, you know what I'm saying? You leverage real estate, doing business, but why do niggas hate cash? What's wrong with paying cash for things? I don't know.
Because there's a thing called leverage.
Hold on.
Yeah. Hey, shout out. Hold up. Ramil, I'm gonna let
you're setting up a false. You're setting up a false.
No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. We got a subject matter expert in the building. We're gonna turn it over to him. Hold on, let me get this money out of the way first. Then we gonna turn it over to the light skinned nigga in charge. Shout out to Snuggles for the $5. This is about to be really interesting. I've been looking forward to this rematch. Yeah, man. Hey, I know he couldn't resist. He's in the building. Shout out to Everybody's Dead in the building. I know it.
Got it.
Yeah, I know it. Hey, everybody. Hey, I hope y'all niggas better put y'all chains on. Put on your chains in your road. Gotta be some slaves. Gotta be some slaves up here today, baby. Shout out to Adonis 199. Research XRP 5-year investment. You're welcome.
You got us.
Yeah. So hey, shout out to Judgezilla. Judgezilla, go ahead and explain it. In your masterful way, there, sir. Go right ahead.
Well, I don't have to explain much. First off, let me say this: you marshmallow fluffer, you plotting on me? You plotting on me?
Hey, what are you talking about?
You plotting on me? You heard me talk shit you heard me talking shit last night about what's not being talked about here. See, you's a mother fluffer, and Big Truck's a mother fluffer because I heard amortize. I heard amortize, and I didn't say it in this fucking space.
Judgezilla, I've been just going around stealing everybody's shit. So, nigga,
wait. You don't think that I don't know what the word amortization means?
I got everybody bugged. That's the secret.
What I said is I heard it and I didn't say it first, so now I'm salty.
Well, when I was showing the mortgage calculator, I was showing that it can do amortization over any term.
Yes. So I don't have to explain much because Big Trucker already explained it. In this situation, when you're talking about cash first, your cash first versus credit, there's a thing called leverage. And what, as Big Trucker alluded to earlier, if you get your credit score up to above a certain point, above 780, you can leverage that by getting 0.0% interest, which is using credit as cash.
Exactly. And like I said, that's literally using somebody else's money for free with no kickback. But again, I know he's gonna say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Again, that is extremely rare and extremely low, regardless of race, regardless of age, regardless of demographic, all these other things. So just put that out there. But yeah, and that's why I'm saying that's the importance of credit.
But you have to develop the discipline. You have to develop the discipline to be able to do that. Now everything else that he said for utilizing with his properties and everything, he's using those are business positions. Those are business positions. It's not the same thing as using personal credit. It's not the same thing as using personal credit.
Judge, what is the interest? You said 0% interest. So if I'm leveraging my credit to get 0 interest on what?
On money, whatever you borrow, the loan.
So there's no such thing as a loan for 0%. Who's gonna give you a loan with no interest?
People do it like what are you talking about?
Can I walk? I don't care if you got a 9.
Okay, Ramel, I will answer that right now, and I'll make it as simple as possible. If you walk into Home Depot right now and they give you 2 years of 0% financing,
all the time.
Listen. That entire suite that we purchased of those the refrigerator, the freezer, all that stuff, right? That whole thing came out to about what was like $6,000-$7,000, right? With that Home Depot thing, they say, listen, it will be exactly that much as long as
years. You don't miss a payment. You don't miss a payment for fucking what's the name. That's what I'm saying.
Here's what we did. Now get this: the thing was $7,000. So as soon as the tax returns came in, we just took the tax return, paid the whole thing off. So they expected you to be making those payments over 24 months. But instead, I purchased it during Black Friday when they had it at the cheapest amount possible, along with free delivery. And they gave you a 0% interest for up until a certain point. And then I took my cash and paid it right off. Right. That's it. And we're done.
Ford Motor Company will give you a $0.0 for at least 72 months. I think now they're doing it for 84 months.
And Judge, the reason why they're doing that,
car dealers give you 0% interest. We know what the deal is. Are you talking about getting 0% interest because you paid your credit on time? Then that's not okay. If you're talking about use the credit card,
how you slice it.
On department store things. Yes, I understand. Okay. But if you're talking about cars and houses.
Cars are the same. Listen, Ramel, I was explaining this to Fantastic.
Even you said if they charge you 0% interest, you're going to have to pay extra. We already went over this.
Hold on. Wait, Big Chuck, fall back. Everybody chill. That's what I'm telling you. No, Ramil, that's what I'm saying. Ramil, I've done that. Ramil, I went to what it was Ashley Furniture's or whatever the hell, and they wanted the old lady wanted a fucking living room set, right? She wanted the living room set, and because they ran my credit, the credit was high enough. I got the living room set exactly for what the fucking price was for at 0% interest. Again, I didn't have. Hear me out. No, saving minus that. No, nigga, I'm telling it. Now listen, I'll let you come in with your slave shit here shortly. So this is what I'm saying. So instead of me taking Ramil and I'm having to pay $5,000 all at once up front, $5,000 out of my pocket. I was able to say, okay, well, it's $5,000 still, just $5,000 over what it was. I think it's like 3-4 years or whatever the fuck it is, that I can still pay off early at no penalty, like Big Truck said, but there is no interest. There's 0% interest. All I'm doing is paying the exact amount of what's the name, and at the end of the thing, I will pay $5,000 exactly. No extras, no fees, no nothing.
Yeah, and by the way,
one thing we gotta clear up here, man. Is that there is a idea that when we say we're going to use credit for X, Y, Z, we're using it in a smart way. We're not talking about using credit and going out and splurging on a fucking Harley Davidson that you don't need, or a fucking jet ski or some fuck shit, right? So let's not go off into this trail of, oh, you're gonna have to pay off interest and blah. No, we're talking about effectively using credit where you have a credit card, you pay it off every month, just like what Big Trucker was saying.
Okay, well that's different. You're talking about that. Okay.
Using credit, you're actually using credit to your advantage. You're using credit, in an educated way. You're not just going out fucking off money.
If you're going to pay it off every month and utilize it like that and not carry the debt, then that's not even debt.
But Ramil, when you're talking about, when you're talking about stepping it up to a car payment or to a mortgage payment, one thing you got to understand, again, I went over this with Fantastic. When pandemic shut these factories down and shut down the dealerships, those things just sat on their lots, right? But the problem is, in order to keep these people working, they have to have new stuff coming to that lot. Those cars start to cost them money, so they offer you 0% interest if you pay it off within a certain amount of time, and they're basically giving it to you at that interest just to get rid of the car. Now, they're going to make their money off of you because you still got to come back to them for parts. You still got to come back to them probably for a warranty or whatever it is. So they're going to make some money off of you. It's just that when you take out that loan, that's just what it is. So it's no different than financing a refrigerator. Now, the thing about it is, it's easy to say, well, maybe they're getting you in the back and they're marking it up.
They are getting you in the back. And what do you mean? They are doing it. What do you
They probably are, but guess what? In a time of panic, I want to keep my cash in my pocket as much as I can.
They probably are. You know they are. You're going to either up the price of the car, you're going to up the price of another service entity to get that money back, because that's how they make the money. Who's giving the loan? It's not the dealership, it's the bank. How the bank making money? How they making money? They give you how the bank.
That's what I'm telling you, Ramil. Hold up. Well, let me say this. Yeah, let me say this, Ramil. Again, like I said, bro, I haven't paid an extra anything on the thing that I had. Like nothing extra. There's 0% interest. There's no extra fees. There's nothing on top of nothing else. It just is what it is. And the loan is met. Huh?
So you looked at
that's what I'm saying. Doing the math. Looking at the statement and doing the math myself. It comes out exactly to what was financed.
Because let me tell you guys something. You follow the money. If something's purely 0%, who's loaning you the money to get the product or whoever?
I can explain that.
Bank, right? So how?
Yeah, but hold on. Let me answer the question, Ramil. Let me say it. So listen, this is what I'm gonna answer the question. So you know who's paying my interest because I qualified for the 0%? The person that has a 20% interest is paying my interest that you getting on the 0% I got.
I'm talking about how's the bank making money on the money that they loan you.
Because they're going off the average person, right? Mostly people that do shit like that, they're not going to pay it off in time, so they're expecting that payment's not going to be made.
That's not my problem, though. Wait, Ramil, that's not my fault.
I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. Most people are going to take it and be silly, but what I'm talking about, even in your case, they're still going to make that money, whether they mark it up and you don't know about it, like Big Truck just said, or whether they're offering more services some type of way. They're not going to lose that money.
If I can speak real quick,
bro. If you have an item on sale and you're purchasing it through credit, that item on sale is not going to be marked up because you purchased through credit. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
No, he's saying that you weren't there to know what the original price was. So, but Ramil, we know that everything's a markup. Nobody's selling it at non-profit rate. So they're making a profit regardless. But yeah, who knows? I don't know if they could be marketed up. But hold on, we got to get Alonzo in here. He ain't said anything, and I want to definitely get the savings minus debt. So let me get to Alonzo, then we go to savings minus debt, and we'll all get back into it. Real quick before you go, Alonzo, shout out to Donovan Akins for the $14.99. Do y'all believe credit invented to help people or line the pockets of the investors? Shout out to S&D, Ramil, and Big Truck.
That doesn't matter if you utilize the tool accordingly.
Yeah, it's for the banks, man. Again, the people loaning the money are always going to make money. And to the person that asked the question, no, a bank has no reason to or anything. It would be unwise for a bank to give you an interest-free loan. Why? Unlike anything else, a bank doesn't have collateral. Money can't be collateral on its own. This is why car companies, furniture companies, or anything that's selling you a product can offer you those 0% interest rates, because if you don't pay them their money, what can they do? They can come out and take your shit. If the bank gives you a 0% fucking loan and you don't pay them the money, what can they come back and get? So to act like you can go into a bank and get a 0% free interest loan, that makes no sense because again, this is about collateral. If the person defaults on the loan, you need something to be able to get back so you can make that money back. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or even if you make it a loss, you don't take 100% loss. So you guys let's not be ridiculous, man. Let's not ask unrealistic or just troll questions. But go ahead, Alonzo, it's on you.
All right. So real appreciate everybody bringing me back up here. Real quick, I want to speak to the credit thing in terms of what you were saying. So somebody actually mentioned it. What he was saying, you know, they're making a calculated, disciplined decision. The average person, like you said, is generally somebody who's not going to make the payment, or what they're expecting is the average person is in a consumerism mindset. So their expectation is, oh, I made this purchase. There's some new flashy shit out. Let me go buy this new flashy iPhone and put more credit, and then you end up overlapping it and not catching up to your interest rate. So they expect for you to consume. Also, I wanted to mention what Big Truck was saying about the real estate. I didn't really get to see the entire thing. As you may or may not know, as well as life, health, accidental, property, and casualty insurance licenses, and my P10, I also carry my New York State real estate license. So with what Big Truck was saying, I think for men in this space is real important to do. Like, I know Mr. Fantastic, you were saying you've got availability for the VA loan, right? So here's a trick that I like to teach a lot of my new buyers when they're FHA buyers, because we done thrown a lot of phrases and shit around, like OPM, which is other people's money, which is something that's actually in the real estate manual. Then we also mentioned credit and leverage. So one thing I want to mention about credit and leverage is credit is leveraging your own work for OPM. So what you're saying is if I have an 850 credit score, and I'm not diminishing credit or praising credit, I'm just stating fact. So what you're saying with an 850 credit score is I am willing to borrow $100 from you at a 4% interest rate, arbitrary numbers. And what that is saying is that I am leveraging my future endeavors, my future work, because now I have to go earn $104 to pay you back the $100 you loaned for me to go buy this shiny ass iPhone. And that's the simple fact of it. I'm not praising or negating credit. It's just the simple fact of the mechanism.
You're fucking over your future self. That's what you just said. That's what you're doing when you look. What's the Bible say? What's the Bible say? The borrower is a slave to the lender. Shout out to save his money. What verse is that?
Again, that's only in the terms. That's only in the terms of number one, not being credit savvy. Secondarily, because again,
what's Proverbs 22?
No, please. I don't care because I don't. That's not relevant to me. What I'm saying is this: instead of putting out $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a vehicle, right? You're putting out $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for a vehicle. Now, with what remains, what can you do? If you have a 0% for 72 to 84 months in that span of time, what can you do to gain interest upon the vehicle the interest on the capital that you're utilizing? Can you effectively get a better rate of return on the money that you are using than 0%? If you can, then you can use that leverage position to put yourself in a better position.
So
real quick, hold on. Let me get this.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Lucky 7 for the 999 question. If your credit's already at 850, you already have thousands of dollars in your account. What's the point in keep using credit card if your score is maxed out? Listen, people, let me say this, man. Listen, rich people say this, not just Robert Kiyosaki. I saw y'all talking shit about Robert Kiyosaki. Okay, rich people use other people's money to get rich. Listen. If you have $100,000, I got $100,000 liquid, right? And I also have an 850 credit score. I think this is something to what Judge was saying. All right. I take this lowest percent interest rate or whatever the fuck I have instead of fucking, let's say, what's a card that's $100,000?
Amex
S550.
Amex Centurion.
All right, so Amex Centurion. All right,
Sapphire,
I qualify for a 0% interest rate, and I want the Amex Centurion that costs $100,000. So I finance this at a 0% interest rate for that's 72 months, right? For 72 months. So let's cut it down to 60 months. So over 5 years, I got this still at 0% interest rate, same as cash motherfucking money for 5 years. Instead of taking that same $100,000 liquid and paying it for this car, now I have no more liquid. That's 100% of my liquid assets.
Why would you pay $100,000 for a car?
Ramil, people do it all the day. Hold on, Ramil. Wait. Ramil, you making another argument. Ramil, you follow me. I feel what you're saying.
Make the point first, bro.
Yeah, I feel you, Ramil, but I'm telling you, it's the same thing, regardless. Whether it's 10,000 or 100,000, the same. What's the name? Whatever 100% of your liquid access is, right? If you take those 100% of your liquid assets, what can you not do now? You cannot take those liquid assets.
That is extreme, brother. Nobody should take 100% of liquid and do any. Why would you take 100% of your liquid?
People do it every day. Hold on, Ramil. People do that every day.
People also take credit and mess up too. So what are you saying?
Yeah, but Ramil, and this is the counter what we saying. That niggas mess up credit because there's more niggas saying that credit don't matter than understanding how to use credit as a tool. Credit and money.
Okay, so bro, what I'm saying is that it's better for you to fuck off cash than to fuck off credit. Because once you fuck off credit, you're gonna owe them that money forever instead of just you can re-up on your cash.
But who's talking about fucking off though, man? That's the thing.
That's what most people do. That's what most people do.
We're talking about effectively using credit.
And another thing you said that was wrong was that rich people look, it's like half and half, bro. A lot of rich people won't use debt to make money. Okay, a lot of millionaires didn't even get wealthy off of debt. Now, there's good debt and bad debt. Robert Kiyosaki talks about good debt and bad debt. You're talking about business debt, if you want to go flip some business debt, cool. But if you're talking about financing a car, that has nothing to do with making somebody rich. Okay.
No, and again, I understand that, Ramil, but still, you're gonna have personal expenses regardless, bro. Nothing is gonna be 100% business. Nothing's gonna be 100% fucking personal. So again, we're talking about a reasonable, not perfect, not worst. You're trying to go worst case scenario either way. I'm being straight down the middle, sit on the plate. This is what I'm saying, Ramil. Again, when people out here saying that I'm going to take a substantial amount, let's not even say 100%. Let's say 50% of your capital, whatever your liquid capital is. That's 50% that you don't have to invest in something else you could be making money on. Okay. If you take whatever amount of money you take cash that you have, 50% of it,
it's called opportunity cost.
Oh, man, SMD need to get in there, man. He chopping at the bit, man.
Let's get SMD.
Let SMD get in there, man.
I gotta give SMD. Hold on, Big Truck, shut your loud ass up. I gotta give SMD a proper introduction. 1 second. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God is gonna trouble the water. SMD people, SMD, and the slave.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. All right, let's get some things straight here, slaves. All right, listen.
Here we go.
All right, listen. No mortgage in the world makes anybody a homeowner. Let's get that straight right now, okay? Correct. No mortgage in the world makes you a homeowner. You are a loan owner, slaves. A loan owner. The only way you can buy a house is with cash. Ramil, you don't know what you're talking about, man. Chill out with all that alien talk, okay? They don't... Hey, listen. Okay, put it this way. I'm going to make it real simple for you guys, all right? Log into your Credit Karma, okay? All of you guys, do this. Log into your Credit Karma. There's going to be a big number that pops up as soon as you log in, right? You take that number and you put a negative in front of it. That's the money you have to invest. All right. Your credit report is an owner's ledger. Okay. It's nothing more than you go into your Credit Karma and look at a list of your owners. Those are all the people that own you, slaves. Okay. You understand? So if you have an 850 credit score, you're a good slave. If you have a bad credit score, you're a lower value slave. That's it. You guys are still slaves. And you guys talk about other people's money. You have no money, slaves. You have to use other people's money. Do you guys get that?
Come on, man. Everything I'm saying is mathematically true. I can back it up with math. You can use your own calculator. All right, put it this way. For those of you guys that think you have equity in your house, open up your calculator app, okay? Open it up, because I don't want you guys thinking I'm pulling any strings, all right? Put in your mortgage payment minus your mortgage balance will equal the equity in a house that you don't own, slaves. You guys get it?
So
you guys
let me ask you this.
Come on.
Let me ask you this. What if I also open up my Charles Schwab account and that number is 2 or 3 times what the number says on my Credit Karma account says?
Then you'll be in the green.
Call me and let me roll it over for you.
You'll be in the green, but you're still a slave. Somebody owns a piece of you. But
so hold on, this is new. This is new.
Let's make sure we're clear. I'm talking about personal finances. Let's make sure it's clear. Personal finances. I'm not talking about business loans. Ramil always brings this up. So you guys be mixing and matching and shit, right? Personal finances. When you hear Robert Kiyosaki talk about using other people's money, he's not talking about people making car payments. Right. He's not talking about people making student loan payments. He's not talking to you, slaves. You guys get it?
But hold on. So let me ask you this, SMD. Save mine's that. So this is the thing, okay? So again, like you said, is there ever a point where something is completely business and completely personal? Is there anybody that's out here?
According to the IRS, yes.
Yes. You have to pick.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, from a legal standpoint, but I'm saying, is there anybody out here? Is there anybody out here that has no personal credit whatsoever, has no personal expenses whatsoever? So everything you're doing is under a LLC or whatnot, or some type of business corporation?
No, you're talking personal. Now you're going to business. What do you want to know about my business?
That's what I'm asking you. You said so. You said you saying you. So you saying you have no personal expenses whatsoever?
Me personally, no.
Okay, so how many people are out here like SMD?
Nobody, because there's millions of dollars in student loan debt. That shit has nothing to do with me. That's millions of people. Millions of people are in credit card debt. That has nothing to do with me. I don't know what they're doing. They're slaves. I don't know.
Hold on, you're still a slave for the fact that you got to pay for utilities. You got to buy food. You depend on something else.
I'm not talking about things that keep me alive. When you don't have any debt, food is not shit. That's nothing. Taxes, nothing. It's nothing. I'm no debt.
But the thing is, I don't think any of us on this panel is advocating for people just to go into debt. Like, fuck no. The thing is,
when you tell somebody to finance a car, that's what you're doing.
Yes,
bro, check it out.
Exactly what you're doing.
When you tell somebody to finance a vehicle, a depreciating asset, one of the fastest depreciating things you can ever buy, when you tell them to finance that, yes, you are. You're telling them to do that.
Okay, Ramil. So again,
that's not what we're not telling people to do. That was just utilizing it as an example.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I don't think nobody was talking about financing the car, but real quick, I just want to get this back in.
That's literally
no. Hold on.
That was the example given.
Yeah, but even still, listen, if you, whatever it is, whether it's a fucking house, a boat, a car, or whatever the fuck, if you can finance it for 0% interest, it's the same as cash loan.
You know why it's zero? Hey, Mr. Fantastic, you know why it's zero? Because it fits right over the hook that they put it on to catch slaves. That's bait. You understand?
If you have a 0% loan, right, and you have access to a certain amount of money, like $10,000, right? And
can we stop arguing about loans real quick?
Let me finish. Okay, this is the point Mr. Fantastic was making. He was talking about the availability of your personal cash capital, right? If you have other investments that you want to make, right, with that money,
General, we shouldn't be talking about investments if we can't figure out a credit conundrum.
Right, I agree with Alonzo.
What I'm getting to is, bro, if he gave the scenario he gave was if it's 100%, a 0% interest rate, right, where essentially it's pretty much the same as cash.
No, it's not, bro. Hey, bro, listen.
What I'm getting to is, bro, you have the ability to make other investments with that capital, right? Other investments that will pay you additional money,
will appreciate or will be
additional money and appreciate, where you can then turn around and pay off that previous the car or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anyone on this panel is advocating the privileged use of credit. Like no one's talking about just going out and making dumbass decisions.
Here's the thing. But the example you just used, bro. Here's the thing. You said you're gonna get the car, and then you're gonna use the extra capital. You're gonna make the investment with the extra capital. If that investment's successful, and then you're gonna pay the price of the car that you took the loan out for. By the time you do that, you're paying the price of what the car was worth when you bought the car, and now years later, when it's depreciated almost 50-some%. That's why you pay it right then and there for a car. You understand? Depreciation, brother. You're gonna pay off a loan for the car that you took out 2 years ago that was worth more.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this.
I'm not one.
This is being missed. Bro, Truth, hold on. Let me hop in real quick.
Wholesale, bro.
Hold on, Bro, Truth, let me say this real quick. Again, Ramil, this is what we're trying to say. The car is going to depreciate, period. Can we agree upon that, right?
Yes.
No matter what, whether you put it on a loan or whether you pay for it cash, it's going to depreciate, right?
You buy 2015, it's going to start depreciating. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So the car depreciates, period. So again, this is what I don't know how you guys are missing this. If I have a same as cash loan, which is 0%, and you qualify it, that means no extra fees, no whatever the fuck, 0%. If they marked it up, they marked it up. They marked somebody else's shit up too. That's paying 20%. So that's that's moot. That does not matter. Okay. We're talking about a 0%, same as cash loan. You qualify for it for a $20,000 car. Okay. Instead of paying your $20,000 that you have liquid and putting it towards that car, which we both agreed is going to depreciate. You're never going to make money off of that car after you buy it. The value of it's only going to go down. Instead of you taking the $20,000, no matter what part of your capital is, whatever percentage it is, you are able to have access to that $20,000 for over that same period or bigger chunks of it to invest in other things that can actually make you money versus taking all of that money and putting it into one depreciating purchase.
Because
what's hard about that?
You will be paying.
And it really comes down to purchasing. Go ahead, Ramil. I don't want to put y'all.
The car was worth $20,000 when you bought it. If you financing it and you 3 years later you say I'm gonna pay it off, you're paying $20,000 for that car. That by the time you paying it off is worth like $8,000.
Okay, hold stop. So wait, just stop. Okay, so it don't matter, Ramil. We're gonna still use your same principles because you know what? You're exactly right. So now you took the $20,000 up front. You don't have those fucking $20,000 for those 3 years. Now on top of that,
I have the monthly payments that I'm not paying.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I paid it up front.
Listen, no, you don't. Ramil, you lost that money. What are you talking about? You did even worse than that. Because this is what you got to do. You're not doing the math right. Save as mine that. I need you. You're a math man, right? You got to use math because mathematically, what you're doing is you're losing a car payment off of $20,000 per month over those 3 years. So everything minus that, I still have that capital up until those 3 years. So, but if you do it your way, now I'm at zero. And I have to make that money back over those 3 years.
And
plus,
if you do it your way,
hold on, Ramil. This is the kicker. This is the kicker.
Yeah.
I gotta make that money up over those 3 years, plus the maintenance, plus the depreciation. So I've literally lost more money because I have to make the money up I already lost on top of the expenses of the car and the depreciation of the car.
So you're saying no. So you're saying that I lost more money paying for the car in cash.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You just explained it. I'm going to explain it to you again.
Ramil, in this scenario, not in the scenario where you buy the vehicle at a discount, not in any other scenario, in this scenario, because if he takes that money and places it in a BlockFi account where they're paying him 8.5% interest.
Thank you.
That money is compounding.
What if you guys know the assets? You guys know the balance sheet is. You guys know the balance sheet. This is crazy to me. Your math is so off.
Hold on. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let me see if I can simplify. Like, I guess the car might be a bad example for him to understand, but put it like this. Let me ask Ramil. I guess that's what your name is. What's a product that you really really like that you would do anything to try to get?
What do you mean I would do anything to try to get?
Yeah, what's something that you really really want that you would actually be like, man, I gotta have that. Whether it be like some shoes, some jewelry, technology, what?
Yeah, probably some real estate or something.
Okay, some real estate. Let's go with the real estate bit. Let's say you got a house. You go with the real estate bit. You have a house. That house on the market is worth $100,000, right? Now, let's say using your old credit bit, you have perfect credit score. Now, the bank or the bank says, well, this property we have it, we can't sell it. Whatever case may be, we'll give it to you at a lesser cost. Let's say we'll give it to you for $50,000, right? Just route with it. 50,000. It's okay, cool. I ain't got the 50,000 cash. I got 20. That's all right. Well, you can just take it for zero down, and here's the 50. All right, cool. You just acquired this house for $50,000.
Somebody, so where can I get a 0% interest on a house, bro?
Hold on. This is coming from the term of having the credit that you don't have, because if you had the credit, you'd be having these conversations.
Bro, there's no house in this country that's selling. Bro, I'm in real estate.
Hold on.
Let him make the point, bro. I think he's fleshing out the point first, man.
I'm trying to get to the point to where you understand how to use that credit. So let's say they give you that house for 50. Now you turn around, you said, okay, well, I got this house for $50,000. It's worth $100,000. Something could happen, could worth more, it could worth less. You could turn around and sell it back. Now, if you turn around and sell it to the open market and you get 110 or 120, you've now made an additional either 60 or 70 on top of the 50 that you borrowed. So you pay back the 50 that you
minus net operating costs.
Now you have 60 or 70 in your pocket. That's using other people's money to make yourself money. That's the sort of stuff they're talking about. Maybe the example of the car might not have been a good one. If you want to,
it wasn't, and this is not a good one either, because no house is you're not going to get no 0%. All these fantasy situations, bro. Like y'all not going. These things are not going to be happening.
I want to add something to it.
Now I can take the 20, right? Now let me tell you what I can take the 20, and I can go buy a cheaper house. And I can flip that, and then I can flip that cash up without having anybody in my business start paying back loan interest. And I'm not even against business there, because you guys keep switching it again.
All right, real quick.
Business thing, that's cool, but on a personal level, bro. Cash is
y'all been arguing back and forth for a long time about this.
But you're missing the overall principle we're talking about,
right, bro. Well, I want to add to something. I want to add to something that nobody's bringing up. Yeah, what's up, y'all? By the way, the thing that people are not bringing up is that the thing about credit is not in what y'all saying. It's the fact that it makes people have to be perfect. Because here's the thing: when you miss a payment on your mortgage or your house, what happens? It can get taken away from you. That's where the debt comes in. It's not, what y'all saying is people who have really good business knowledge, which most people don't. That's why the repo, man, that's why a lot of people lose their things. And that's where the issue comes in. This is why I feel like I'm indebted to the US government, because I'm somebody who owns my home outright, cash, and my car, but I have to worry about, other things like taxes, insurance, all these other things. And I think that's where the slavery comes in, is the fact that when you don't make a payment, you can lose your thing. So everything we're saying is based on this idealistic, concept. And that's where it's like, I think that's the thing where it's a bad thing.
That makes a lot of sense, but even in terms of owning your home,
people are doing it every day, bro. You know,
but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is somebody else owns it, and you are dependent on catering to them to keep it.
Right. So, like I was saying, hold on. Before we get into the whole credit thing, that's nice and all. So real quick, back to what I was trying to say opening. Big Truck had a good idea with the purchasing of the homes. I sell real estate in New York City, the second most expensive real estate in the country to San Francisco. So in terms of when you're looking at, purchasing or flipping these properties, which flipping works for single families, kind of, sort of, and a lot of these are these fantastical situations that don't sound realistic. However, here's the tip I wanted to give your brothers. Instead of pontificating back and forth, we in the loophole conundrum about credit and then talking about investing. So let's remove that. Let's take a look at a trick that, like I was saying, even for you, fantastic, that you can use if you're not yet a homeowner. First of all, as a first-time home buyer, you can have a 580 credit score and qualify for a mortgage, less than you need to rent a fucking apartment. Okay, and this is New York City, the most, like I said, the second most expensive real estate in the country. But when you're getting that property, the idea is not to get a single family property, black men. And this is specifically to black men. Since we out here, we want to be the niggas who's HNIC, heavy-headed crown, all that shit. King boss, all that, right? So if we're going to do this, the idea is to purchase a multifamily property with a fucking basement. Thug it out and live in the basement for 3 to 5 years under the guidelines of your FHA loan, which is not a first-time home buyers. It's the, the Federal Homeowners Association loan. So you can get multiple FHA 580 credit score loans if you live in the place for 3 to 5 years. And you can get multiple family homes in that manner. Again, that's using personal credit, which again, I guess SMD don't like. Hey, you can look at my mortgage. I qualify for $940,000.
It's not about me liking anything. I put it this way. If anybody walked up to me and suggested an FHA loan, you know the first question I'm going to ask them? You must got student loans. That's the first question I'm going to ask them, because FHA mortgages are for slaves.
Again,
hold on. Talking about because of PMI?
Designed for slaves.
Hold on, wait.
Let me say this one thing, Mr. Fantastic. If you don't believe me, you go into the bank, you say, hey, what is the best mortgage that you have to offer in this bank? And then they're going to give it to you. Okay. And then you run the numbers on the best mortgage in America, in the United States of America, against the FHA mortgage. That's why it's attracted to slaves. Low credit score. Slaves have no money. No money down. Slaves have no money. That's why it's attracted to you. You don't. But it's a way to. I try to tell you guys. You guys can do this right now. Open your.
So you're going to talk from a defeatist standpoint or a solution standpoint? The slaves have no money, but the way to gain money is this. And unfortunately, we've had a 400-year backstart. You're not going to go into debt. You're not going into the negative. There's always strategies. Okay. Now there's alternative strategies.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Alonzo, are you telling me that you don't go into negative when you borrow money? Is that what you're telling me?
You do go into the negative when you borrow money. However, let's look at a few other strategies, because one of the strategies people don't look at, how the rich get richer. Everybody's talking about the stock market and all these dividend accounts, and nobody's looked at an IUL. Are you familiar with what an IUL is?
I don't know nothing about investing. Okay. Zero.
It's not an investment. It's actually a fixed product. It's an indexed universal life insurance.
It counts on who's telling me, Alonzo. It counts on who's telling me. That's all that matters to me.
You talk about infinite banking, bro. This is a
no. I'm not talking about the infinite banking concept. I'm talking about what's called a modified endowment contract, which is a tax shelter. It's something that people like Donald Trump use to pay $750 a year.
Are you in debt, Alonzo? Are you in debt?
No, I'm not in debt.
You got student loans?
No, I don't have student loans.
You don't have no debt.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I understand the questions. If you'd like to know, though, I work also on Wall Street in the financial services world since 2011. Like I said, I am licensed life, health, accidental, property and casualty, P10, and real estate in New York. So I understand you'd like to know the credentials of the person who's telling you this stuff. Is that sufficient?
Okay, so hold on.
The only way I believe a person, if I can see your personal credit report. That's it. I'll show you.
Okay. My credit report has nothing to do with.
I know y'all niggas told me. Hey, I know y'all niggas hear me. Hold on. Shout out to Ed and Chain. Y'all making an argument against credit because most people are not going to use credit anyway. You might as well teach them how to use it right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Ed. Again, to say that people don't make enough money to use cash only. That's impossible. That's another argument that's poorly being made there. Well, let me say this real quick. Let me do this. We gonna do it, and we're gonna pull out the calculator like 7 Minds of Debt likes to do, right? Somebody got some feedback, so I need people to mute up. I don't know who that is. I can't really see the thing, and I'm not looking at the screen, but mute up for me, whoever that might be. So, okay, expected life expectancy for the United States. This is the United States you see right here, 78.84 years. So we'll just round that down. Even though we should be rounding up to 79, we'll round that down to 78 years, okay? We're going to pull out our trusty calculator. Let me go ahead and erase this, okay? So we're going to do 78 minus 18. Okay, that's when you become an adult. That's when you are. Whoa, that's not right. What the fuck happened there? So 78 minus 18 equals. What the fuck? Am I not hitting minus? What the fuck is going on here? Try this again. 78. So maybe it's some weird shit. So let's reopen the calculator. Hold on. Okay. Let's open this again. Cool. 78 minus 18 equals 60. Okay. So 60. We're going to take 60, and that's what we get for the amount of years you're going to live, right? So what we're going to do then is we're going to multiply 60 times 12 because it's 12 months per year, right? So we're going to multiply that 60 times 12. Right, 720. Now we're going to take that 720 and we're going to multiply it by the average rent cost. It was 1124, right? 1124. And wow, that's what we're going to get. Okay. So mathematically, shout out to savings minus debt. If you get a mortgage and whatever your mortgage is less than this, it makes sense for you to get that mortgage and put a mortgage on a property. You know why? Because you actually get a return on that property. Otherwise, and again, this is math. Shout out to savings minus debt. If you don't own any property, if you're not my bad, let me get it right. If you're not a loan owner, okay, for a property to the point of 30 years. Man. Hold on. Whoa, I'm talking. Chill out. If you're not a loan owner for the 30 years, okay, that it takes you to pay off a property, okay, and it's anything less than this total right here, it makes no sense. Even if it's more than that, because you know what you don't get on rent? You never get a return, and you never stop paying it. So like me and Big Truck was trying to explain earlier, at least after that 30-year period, there is no more monthly payment. All you have to do then is divide whatever your property taxes is by 12, and you live from that point on. So this thing that's saying that where people should take X amount of dollars cash, do you have the capital to do that? Most likely not. Again, it was just said that 40% of all Americans only make $18,000 a year. $18,000 a year. 40%. When you do other fucking shit, it says that over 70% of people don't have, I think they say $500 in a savings account, pretty much living paycheck to paycheck. So when you guys start talking this unrealistic, you guys keep talking about unrealistic scenarios and talk about the unrealistic part of it is this, okay? People don't have tens of, or especially hundreds of thousands of dollars of money in liquid capital to make purchases on that level. That is the reason and the existence of credit. Is everybody gonna be right and perfect with credit? No, they are not. We're having this conversation to tell people this is why you need to be better and use your credit properly so that, again, you don't end up paying this $9,000, damn near $1 million for a lifetime that you're never going to get any type of kickback on. Big Truck said it, and I'm doing the same thing. Right now, I'm not paying my mortgage. I don't give a fuck how much my mortgage costs because you know what? I'm not paying it. Somebody else is paying it for me. That's what you get to do for a property versus a fucking apartment, something you're renting. You can't fucking make a profit off of a fucking property that you're renting from somebody else. If you did and you get caught, you're going to jail.
Brother, you are mixing, once again, you're mixing it. When you have your property rented out, that's business. If I'm renting personally, that's personal. Once again, like, I'm not against if you got a property. No, it's not, it's not personal because that is a business move right there.
But again, Ramil, it was a personal loan. That's what I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you. I didn't rent this through an LLC. I didn't rent this through any fucking corporation or whatnot. This was my original VA loan that I got.
Well, you probably need to. If you rented it out, you should probably have it rented through an LLC. because you are a landlord and you're doing business. That's not personal. That is business.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to hear me out. Listen, I had this property before I even had the LLC. So if I understand what you're saying as far as converting it over, yeah, it will make sense and me to do the process of trying to convert it over. But even still, for a person that does not have an LLC, because most people don't have an LLC, and if you do get an LLC, you still have to build credit in that LLC. Otherwise, you're still going to have to do what? Mix and use your personal credit in order to get credit from your LLC. So I'm going
to take some cash on my personal account and I'm going to put it in the business account.
So you proved my point from earlier. That's what I'm telling you. There is nothing where you can just keep everything completely and totally separate.
It is separate. Once I put the money in the separate account, it is separate.
But you're still using your from an IRS standpoint, yes. But like you said, in order to actually establish it, you have to intermingle the two. Because no one starts out on an 800 credit score or even a good credit score on the LLC with no assets in it.
Or take the money from my income from my job or whatever business, and then I take some money from that and I fund my business like that. Once I fund the business, they are separate. It's not intertangled. Once that deposit is made, they are not entanglement or anything, brother.
Yeah, from a legal standpoint, but we're talking about the reality. The reality of it is still what? You're using your personal finances to fund your business.
That's how, yes. What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying this. That's what I've been trying to say the whole time. That's my whole argument. By the letter of the law and legally, yes, I understand. LLC, a corporation, a business are totally separate from personal. What I'm saying is this, though. If and when you start that corporation, that LLC or that business or whatnot, what have you, you still have to build it up just like you had to build up your personal. So 9 times out of 10, you're not going to have the capital up front and you're not going to qualify to get the capital up front that you need to start whatever you need.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So why are we, like, here's the thing. I'm not a rich motherfucker. I don't want to get on here and say that. I'm not no big baller, but I just got a question. So why are we acting like it's like 100% impossible to, like, maybe over a few years save up 20, 30, 40,000? I mean, is that like an impossible thing? You in the military, you know, motherfucker, one deployment come back. Is it hard to get a job? I put people out here grinding. Like, is it a personal issue? People making 70, 80K a year. We got Nick brothers get set. Is it hard to?
All right, can I hop in right quick? I just want to finish my first statement.
I'm gonna throw it back to you, Alonzo. Let me say this. Statistically, Ramil, unfortunately, yes, it is. That's why you have 70+% of people living paycheck to paycheck. And again, you have 40% of Americans making 18K a year. So statistically, unfortunately, yes, because even at that point, if you had the people, or the 40% of people, if they spent no money whatsoever, which we know is impossible, let's just say they were living free or living off a family, live with a mom or dad or whoever the fuck for those years, that's less than $20,000. So at least take them 5+ years to make $100,000, bro.
Okay.
And
that's what absolutely no expenses whatsoever.
This is why I'm finna sound like an asshole right here, bro. So I hear what you're saying, and there, you know, yes, most the median was like 35,000 some shit. Now, this is what separates the motherfuckers who want to get and the motherfuckers who don't. They make this amount of money at their job. This is for the manosphere right now. You know, what you doing after you get off the job? Like, I mean, are you gonna work the second hustle to make more money? I mean, I'm just saying, like, to do what I'm talking about doing and just save up extra bread to work harder, take on that extra job, do other type of stuff, so that you don't have to be a slave, like your Bible says. Fantastic. The borrower is a slave to a lender. You ain't saying nothing about that. You know, your Bible says that.
I didn't dispute that.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, look, so to have brothers have freedom and have nobody having control over their stuff, nobody has the power to take their stuff just by having the cash and having a little bit extra discipline so that you don't have to worry about maybe something might happen in life where you can't make them payments or something like that. I mean, I'm just saying, man, like,
but that's what I'm saying. I'm literally in the perfect situation, or someone that's that's a government worker or someone that's on a contract that really can't be fucking shook or denied or stopped. That's this like the military lifestyle is the perfect situation for credit.
The military is like 2% of the population, bro.
I understand that. It's 2% of the population, but again, we know it's over millions of people, individuals. This is what I'm telling you. This segues into what I'm saying. Otherwise,
Most of the people in the military, you fuck that. All right, let me.
No, go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
And we can talk about most of the people in the military using credit and how Navy Federal.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
The Navy Federal.
You know what? That's because they grab y'all by your GS number. That's why. Or your GS level, I should say. Your grade level. And have y'all by the balls. I work with the government.
60% of niggas paycheck in the military.
When I'm talking about TSPs, thrift savings plans and all that shit.
E8 making $1,000 every 2 weeks, dog. The Navy Federal and killing nation because them loans.
But that's what I'm saying, because these niggas out here getting these Chargers and these goddamn Challengers, and they can't afford them. Like I said, you a motherfucking E1 with a fucking $40,000 car. That's bad. That's bad spending. That's bad financing. But we can't say we're not gonna act like it's 100% of the people. I've seen people that will fucking, extremely finance savvy and did the right thing, and I seen motherfuckers who just reckless. This is what I'm saying, though.
And that's the point. Can I say this? That's what we're setting up, bro. Like the effective use of credit. We're not talking about the frivolous, fucking retarded use of credit. We're talking about someone that goes into a dealership during a sale, goes into a wholesale dealership, because again.
You need a license for a wholesale.
It's some feedback, bro. All you get your license and go to an auction. Hey, yo, real talk. I'm all about the effective use of your finances. Okay. So again, the rich people, real talk. I'm in the process of doing this right now. Going to different banks and getting personal lines of credit. And I'm doing this because I know once the market crash, there's going to be investments fucking selling for pennies on a dollar.
So you're gonna take I'm gonna
set myself up. I'm gonna set myself up to snap up different companies that I've already got thorough education on.
I'm trying to clarify that. I'm gonna get this clarified. You're gonna take personal loan, personal line of credit, and go and invest in stocks with the potential of making that paying that whole loan back with
he's gonna open a margin account. I hope.
I've done it before now, and
bro, true.
But listen,
you're gonna open a margin account.
This is an educated risk. Okay, you're talking from a perspective from someone that does not know how to invest properly. Okay, I'm talking about taking an educated risk with a plan. Okay, a risk management strategy that I've removed all emotions from. When I set up a trade, guess what? It's already an automatic trigger for a stop loss, okay? And I know every fucking trade I have on, there's always going to be a maximum risk to that trade. And every single trade does not go beyond 2% of my account. At max, 5% of my account. I have a risk management strategy in place to prevent my entire account from going bust. And this risk management strategy had to be developed through, hard act, fucking busting the account. But this is a time-tested strategy that I'm using. It's not something that I'm just pulling out my ass and thinking, oh, I'm just going to take this money and throw it into the market. It's going to be, I'm going to get.
You can do it. So you're saying you can do it over and over. You can repeat the process over and over. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So is anybody an accredited investor?
My whole strategy approach to the market is this, bro.
I sell houses to accredited investors, but I'm not accredited. I'm not accredited myself. No.
But you are very savvy in real estate investment, are you not, Ramil?
I'm decent.
Yeah, you're decent. Exactly. You know the ins and outs of what you need to do and how to approach the market and who people you need to talk to and how to get good deals, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty decent at that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I've done the same thing through trial and error, through reading, getting my education up. And I'm no motherfucking
I was just asking if you could repeat it over, but I'm not denying. I'm just asking if it's something that can be
honestly
repeated.
that is the system that I've set up for myself, so it can be repeatable. Okay, what most people come into the market, they do not have a repeatable system. Everything is about their personal feelings and emotions about a particular instrument or a particular stock or whatever. I've removed that from my strategy in that. If I don't see other, hedge funds or other huge banks investing into a particular company, I don't put money towards it. I only follow unusual option activity. Unusual option activity basically is a clue as to where you have these
okay,
big
I
banks.
hate broker. But when it comes to the strategy, here's the thing. Even though I got a system too, but my thing is this: you're saying like it's a certain guarantee. Like even when I go
No
try
one,
to find a deal,
no one
it's
said it's
not
a certain
guaranteed.
guarantee,
It's
bro.
not guaranteed. Like I lose money and make money. So I'm just saying you
That
make
is
it seem like
that's precisely
repeated
correct.
as if you just like it's 100% guarantee. I'm like, yo, I never heard like even like I lose money too. So I'm just like I didn't.
Hey,
I want to bring up a
you're
point real
absolutely
quick.
right. But the thing is, anytime there's always risk when you're investing. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Let me bring up a point real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say this, like just like y'all bring up the stats about people not making a lot of income, and that's the problem because since most people are not making enough income, most people are using credit. Most people are going to use credit to get things that they really can't afford, and that's the problem. It's like you are the outliers. You're always going to be the outliers, but most people are not using credit responsibly, just like most people are not making enough income to actually do it responsibly. They go hand in hand. You have to make enough income first. And most people are not focused. Yeah, you got it.
I'm sorry, go ahead. All right, so real quick, I just wanted to finish. So, like Big Truck and Mr. Fantastic was saying about home ownership, yes, savings, money, distribution of dividends. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what your title is. I want to respect it. But buying the house with the FHA loan is a low entry or a low barrier of entry for a lot of people who don't have that fund. If you do this process, which is purchase generally a multifamily, I'll give you an idea. In Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, properties are going for $799, $899, the numbers that Fantastic was showing. I got qualified for a $940,000 mortgage, my goddamn self. However, when we're moving forward and you're looking at purchasing the property, the idea is to purchase a multifamily property with a basement. You live in the basement and you maximize your mortgage. When the loan officer is looking at or qualifying you for a loan, as opposed to going for a single family house, personal credit, you go for a multiple family house, which then does become on the business side because you are automatically making yourself a landlord. So what that mortgage banker does is he takes into account your income. And then let's say the average rent is $1,000 per month. They take into account 75% of that, or $750 per month times 12. And then they account that into your income because they assume that you're going to rent the other units, but they assume that you're going to live in one unit. So let's say you get a 3-family house with a fucking basement. You thug it out and live in the basement for 3 years because you're already thugging it out renting. And you let the 3 people maximize your mortgage or basically pay your mortgage for you. At which point, because as you know, SMD, most people don't even finish their damn 30-year mortgage. As I'm sure you've worked with a CPA who will tell you, most people sell or refinance within the first 7 to 10 years of that purchase of their property. Most people refinance, so they get a lower monthly payment, but remain credit slaves for an additional 30 years. So I'm not telling you to do that, but the way to do it is to speed up your mortgage by having motherfuckers pay for it, like Fantastic was saying.
Thank you. And again, this is why I get into the point of saying where this is what we're saying. When you own the property, you can profit from that. You can never profit from living in a fucking apartment, bro. Even if you're splitting rent or whatever with somebody that you're splitting rent with, that's the best that you can do. Hold on, SMD. Go ahead.
If you have a mortgage, you don't own anything. You got to stop saying that word.
Okay, hold on. Well, hold on. I'll get to it. So hold on.
Payment till death.
Yeah, well, hold on. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. So, SMD, I got to ask you this question. So, what's better, paying rent or paying a mortgage?
People with mortgages don't know they're paying rent.
Okay, but no. A mortgage, that's why you don't call a mortgage rent, SMD. See, I love the game you play.
I don't care what the bank disguises it as. It's rent.
Well, it's not a disguise. No. It's not a disguise. No. When you rent something, SMD, what does rent mean? That means you're only holding it temporarily. You will never own it. Never. You will never own something you rent. That's why it's called renting. Mm-hmm. But a mortgage says it has a start date and an end date. And by the end date, and again, I'm going to show this again, okay? People, because remember, SMD is big on this. The math, pull your calculator out, okay? Mm-hmm. This calculator is important, Okay?
Make sure you leave that calculator up when you're done, Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, most definitely. So
can you
again,
move that Donovan thing? Because I want everybody to see this before it happens. Can you move that down?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So if your mortgage, again, over a 60-year period, that's what we did. 78 years is the average life expectancy. A person becomes grown at the year 18, okay? So you subtract the 78 minus 18, that gives you 60 years. You multiply the 60 years times 12 because there's 12 months a year. And then those 12 months a year, you're going to multiply that times $1,124, which is the average rent of the United States of America. That comes out to being $809,280. If you're going to pay that in rent over 60 years, that's your entire life. Okay. If you get a mortgage, no matter the value that's lesser than this, you are making a profit, because at the end of your 30-year period, because remember, this is 60 years now, in 30, you're going to not have to pay nobody no more. That's going to decrease almost either completely at 100%, like you like me, you get a fucking 100% fucking military disability, and you don't have to pay no property taxes. So you literally don't have to pay nothing to nobody. But most people don't qualify for that. So what you do is you take whatever your property taxes were for that year and divide that by 12, and your fucking price of living decreases incredibly, okay, for the whatever past the 30-year mark, okay? So when you're saying this thing about, okay, a mortgage is the same as rent, that's false on all the parts. That's the reason why the words mean things. Rent means you will never own it. Mortgage means you will own it after a certain period of time. And again, if your mortgage is less than $809,280, you are making a profit, because at some point in time, you're going to be able to get some of that money back or save some of that money throughout the rest of the life you get to live. That's math.
All right, so let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna just make a statement and then we're gonna do math. First of all, you're a slave if you believe it takes 30 years to pay off one house. Let's just make sure that's clear. All right, so let's clear the calculator. All right, and I want you to put these numbers in yourself, Mr. Fantastic. I want you to put in your mortgage payment, your monthly mortgage payment, minus your mortgage balance, and hit equal.
Let's say
put in your mortgage balance and hit
like
equal.
170.
Hit equal. That's your equity. That's your equity right there.
Well, no, that's not my equity. Wait, no, stop. Wait. No, stop. Big truck. No, that's not my equity, because my equity is this. No. Yes, it is.
You put the numbers in the calculator.
Oh, you're right. No, you're wrong. No, again, this is where. Hold up. This is where I got to pull you on your snake oil.
It's not
Wait, let me help you out. Wait, no, let me stop you. Because see, again, shout out to Ramil Amir. What is the one appreciating asset that you have that you can pretty much buy in the world?
Is your math right, Mr. Fantastic? Right there?
No. Hold on. I'm about to do another math trick for you. It's another part of this. That's why we do this.
Math
is a trick? I'm about to show you. So so hold on. So Ramil Amir, what'd you say now?
So yeah, real estate is gonna appreciate for the most part.
Real estate, so that's property, right? That's a house. That's a house, right? So savings minus debt. Let me do this for you. Savings minus debt. So savings minus debt. You're right. Hold on. Savings minus debt. Let me show you this magic trick.
I know I'm right.
Hold on. Let me show you this magic trick though, right? So what I get to do now is savings minus debt. I get to add this. Bam. And I get to add what my actual property value is, savings minus debt. So this
is not
the
house. So don't worry about the property value.
Yes, it is. Yeah, because I can sell it. Again, it's an appreciating asset. So
negative 168,650 tells me
that's not the value. No, that's not the value. That's what I owe. See, the value of what I owe is two different things. No, those are two different things. Saving minus debt. Can you admit to that? Are those two different things, right?
Listen, Mr. Fantastic. Until the bank gets back 168.
Answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Answer the question. Mm-hmm. Is what is owed and what is worth, are those two separate things, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So now watch this magic. Okay. So what my house is actually worth is
That's not your house. Stop saying it's your house. Stop saying that.
It is mine, because again, I have to pay for it. If I don't pay for it, they take it and they fuck up my credit. So it is mine. It's still mine.
The bank can't take what you own. The bank can't take what you own.
Wait. Savings minus debt. So this right here is my equity. Savings minus debt. This is my equity. That's my equity.
That's my equity. Your equity.
No, you didn't. You showed me what I owe. That's what I have left on the loan.
Yes.
What the house is worth. The equity means, let me help you out, savings minus debt. Equity means what the house is valued versus what's left on the house.
Yes,
okay?
That's your house. Yes, that's true.
It is my house.
No.
My name is found on it.
Mr. Fantastic, let me explain something real quick. First of all, price is what you pay and value is what you get. What Fantastic is saying is that if he was renting, he'd be paying whatever he's paying, but getting nothing out of it because it belongs to somebody else. At the end of that mortgage term, the bank will hand him the title and he will own it. But guess what? Because the value of that property could increase to more than what he ultimately paid for. If you buy a $200,000, and I'm going to say this about my house that's in Queens. The woman wanted $550 for it right before the crisis in 2008 hit. I got the place from her for $250 after the mortgage crash. If I tried to sell that house right now and I just wanted to cash, I would get more than $600 or $700.
I gotta ask a question. Let me ask you this. Why bother with the bank? Why don't you guys just leave the bank out of it?
Hold on. I'm going to answer that question right now. You want to know why? Because at 25 years old, I didn't have $250,000.
No. Which the majority? Hold on, Ramil. I'm going to kick it to you after this. Hold on. It's the majority, the vast majority of Americans do not.
I don't care about slaves. I don't care about what they do.
Again, you're a slave too.
No, I'm not.
Okay. You paying somebody.
You paying somebody.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Mr. Fantastic. Let me ask you a question, bro. How long do you plan on staying in the house?
The whole time, shit.
So you're 30 years?
30 years?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, so let me tell you why. Okay, so you said the mortgage was how much a month? Are you paying $1,300?
Yeah, my tenants. Oh, brother, you cooking up them chips, man. Let me help you out. My tenants are paying $1,350 right now.
Okay. All right,
and I'm actually giving them a deal because I'm doing it for them because it's cool.
Mr. Fantastic, the bank don't care how you pay them. I'm
going to tell you we're gonna fix it. So 1,300. We can do this math right now, but just type in 13. What it was, and my bad. You already put it out there. I really don't want what I'm saying people's personal.
Yeah, it is what it is. Go ahead. It don't matter.
So 13. Whatever.
All right. And so then what was it? 13 what?
50.
1350, and what was the
times 12? You said that's every year, right?
Yeah.
Can you move that Donovan thing? Stepping in?
Hold on. Let me do this. I got to read these super chats. Hold on. Donovan Akins, question to the pro credit guys: what takes longer, stacking up $100K for a crib or 15-30 year mortgage? A mortgage sounds like a prison sentence. Again, Donovan, we explaining it ad nauseum, brother.
I'm about to tell you this right now. We're about to
hold on. Hold on. Shout out to CZ1 again, man. CZ1 always coming through, man. CZ1 already dropped one of the motherfucking care packages on me earlier this week. And he hit me with another 100 balls. Shout out to CZ1, man. One of the biggest supporters in space. Shout out to the panel. Reveal, what's up? What's good?
What the fuck?
Yeah, man. CZ D1 was the motherfucking stimulus, the stimulus before the stimulus. Show in and bring them over to you. Oh, shout out to MOT, man. Appreciate MOT for throwing it my way, man, for the 10. Thank you. Shout out to Don McKee. Will motivation is a perfect example of what Fantastic is talking about. Invested cash in the business, then reap the profit. Yep, exactly. And okay, all right, cool. So let's do this. All right, so what you say? So let me clear this shit. I don't know what's up with this fucking what's name. So 1350, right?
Real good. Shout out to Caesar D1. This nigga just sent me 3 ball, my niggas. Caesar D1, shout out to you, bro. God damn, bro. Appreciate that for real, man. 30.
So look, Ramil, I'm already making out, Ramil. Look. And then again, like I said, I think the interest.
That's how much you're paying over 30 years.
Yeah, so but Ramil, you
gotta go back, Ramil. Hold on. Your house is worth 170. You're saying that now real estate does appreciate now, but you're saying that your house got to be worth almost $500,000.
But no, listen, Ramil, this is the wonderful thing of it, Ramil. Listen, even if it don't, listen, Ramil, this is what I get to do.
You're losing money, bro. Listen,
Ramil, listen to me. Hold on, bro. You gotta let me say this. Listen. All right. If I stay in an apartment for 30 years, Ramil, I rent for 30 years. At the end of those 30 years, what am I going to be doing, Ramil?
I'll get a tax lien and get a house for a discount. You pay almost $500,000.
Ramil, hold on. Ramil, we're not talking. You're talking about that. Listen, I'm with you on that. We can do the other things. Let's just stick with this.
Can you see right now, brother, how taking a 30-year mortgage and paying that amount?
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. Ramil, you got to still stick with me. Don't change the premise, man.
I'm not changing the premise. Listen. Get the math, but can we see
it right
now?
But listen, brother, you still got to listen to what I'm saying. Because the premise is important. Listen, the premise is very important. I'm already making out, Ramil, because listen, look, remember this number I showed you? $809,000 fucking dollars, right? This down here is what a person that's renting for their entire life is going to pay out. You see that, right? $809,000. That's what you're gonna pay renting for life. Me in 30 years. That's half this time. Remember, this was 60 years. I'm at half of this, and even once you add all the fucking shit to it or whatnot, so this is what I'm gonna pay. This is interest and everything included. So, like you said. Well, I pretty much doubled.
Did I advocate for renting? Did I advocate for renting, brother?
But
I'm just saying.
Hold on, Ramil.
But it's better to rent because we just literally.
No, it's not. Ramil, I just proved that with math. Ramil, it's not. I'm showing you the numbers.
Listen, let me finish. It's better to rent temporarily and save up the cash and get a house at a discount via foreclosure, tax lien, whatever.
Ramil, I'm not. Ramil, listen, I'm agreeing with that.
You're paying triple what the house is worth over 30 years.
It's not triple. No. Ramil, it's not triple.
170,000 to half a million.
No, Ramil, stop. Wait, Ramil. That's not what the house is worth. That's what I had left to pay on it. The house is worth. The house when I originally purchased the house, it was what $210,000.
Okay.
So like you said, over the mortgage over 30 years, yes, you're gonna pay double the amount. But listen, hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on, wait. Ramil, key question. Hold on, Ramil. Another important part. I'm gonna alley-oop this too to Game Breaker, the motherfucking big truck. Ramil. Who is paying my mortgage right now?
I mean, brother, you're not making a profit, so I'm
Ramil. Who is? Yeah,
I don't know. Your tenant, I don't know, brother, but I'm just saying.
Not me. So I don't give a fuck. It don't matter.
But I'm just showing you the math. How either way, it's not. You did however it's getting paid for. It's not no money being made on it. That's all I'm saying. It's not profitable. That's all I'm saying.
But you know what you're missing? You don't know years down the road how much that property will be worth if it's an asset that he chooses to sell once it's paid off.
Bro,
has anybody heard of a self-directed IRA real estate?
It's rare that houses are double, even in 30 years. You're talking about doubling. Now, houses do increase.
Yo, hold on.
Yeah, big truck.
I bought my place in Queens for $200. Hold on. I bought my place in Queens for $250,000.
Hey, yo, save this money. I need to follow your channel.
If I try to sell it right now, I can easily get $700,000 for that house. You telling me that's not double?
The country's real estate is not like New York, where the prices are that high.
But guess what? Guess what? I'm not worried about your real estate.
What part of Queens? I can get you more than 700.
I live here in New York City, and I'm a master of the universe here in New York City. I'm not worried about North Carolina.
Well, I'm in Chicago.
Okay, but this is what I'm telling you.
Let's meet.
Well, hold on, let me say this. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So, Ramil, even if that's the case, you saying that right, at the end of those 30 years, Ramil, at the very least, my property would be worth what I fucking paid for it, at the very least.
Okay,
right? Wait. So at those 30 years, I can do one or two things. I can live out the rest of my life rent free. That's money. Remember, I'm already at 50%. I'm never going to reach this, Ramil. I'm never going to reach this amount by renting. And that's what the majority of people do, rent. That's my thing. So I'm with you as far as buying, of course. If you can and you should buy a tax lien or a foreclosure, all those things. Yes, I'm with you on that. That's not the argument. I'm not arguing against that. I'm still saying, even from the aspect of the mortgage, even if I was going to do a fucking tax lien, bro, I'm not putting out 50 grand. I'm not even putting out 100 grand. I'm still going to get a motherfucking loan on this shit and save my motherfucking money and pay the fucking shit from that aspect. Because why would I take $100,000 to fucking pay on the house?
You don't have to take $100,000. You can get a tax. Dude, I just seen yesterday. They got houses. You talking about tax liens? I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, I understand that.
You can literally get a good house for less than. I'm not. This is not no. You can look it up for yourself. Do not take my word for it.
Ramil.
$5,000 literally.
Ramil. Hold on, Ramil. Let me tell you again. It's possible, but is it probable?
Yes, it's not
impossible. No, it's not.
It's more
I can tell you this, Ramil.
Oh my
Ramil, I can tell you this. In Jacksonville, Florida, it's not probable because
did you go to the auction?
Hold on.
Did you go to the tax lien auction?
Yeah, listen to me. I'm trying to explain it to you, brother. They have a tax.
They ain't got acres like us in New York.
Get that out, man.
Hold on, let me say, they have a tax fucking thing set up by the county, bro. You have to bid. You have to bid on it. It's a bidding process.
Did you go there and see what the houses are going for?
Yes, I'm telling you. How would I know about it? Yes,
well,
I'm trying to tell you.
How much is the tax lien house going for in Jacksonville?
It's not $5,000.
You can go into the dog.
It's everything from you said a good house, Ramil, a good house that had only a $5,000 tax lien on it, Ramil.
Is
selling
in the area and the property taxes. Yes,
fantastic. Put up my picture and show my picture. I want you to leave it up there too. So all this talk about slavery and all that shit, I want you to understand that's how I'm living right there. I lead by example. That's what I do. That's me right there. So my thing is, all of that talk and shit, I could be renting. I could have saved about $10,000 a month by living in my mama's basement. I wasn't going to do that shit at all. I never rented from anybody with the exception of when I lived in China. I was renting an apartment for like $300 a month. And I was like, wait a minute, why am I paying this guy? You see that right there? You see that paid off Jeep SRT that was $80,000? Those kids that I rent to paid that. They paid that with their tuition money. You see that house right there? They paid that with their tuition money, them kids up in Hofstra. That's how I'm rolling.
Oh, you're close to Hofstra.
So let's say it like that. When I buy my third house, yeah, I'll have a mortgage for a temporary time, but I'll be a slave with 3 houses and an office and 2 apartments that I can rent out. That's what I'm doing. So yeah, I want you to think about that. That's how I'm rolling. So all of that stuff about, oh, well, yeah, it won't be. I got a roof over my head and I got my name on a title or 2 titles, and I'll have my name on a 3rd title. That's how I'm rolling. Now, does anybody want to disagree with how I'm rolling? Anybody who wants to disagree, step right up to that mic.
Hold on, Big Truck. Big Truck loud ass is the reason that I got this.
Congratulations for having
Big Truck loud ass.
Hold on. Shout out to Spiritual Logic, aka Hope for the 10. Having a good, reliable income long term is key to doing credit right, which is not most. You guys are the outliers, and we have to be careful selling something that only few would do right. The majority. Appreciate you, brother. Again, man, this is all I'm saying, man. I gave you guys the numbers. The majority of people rent, all right? And the renting thing with the average price and cost of living is going to be this over 60 years. After those 60 years, after those 30 years, so we can just cut this in half. 30, even this. So let's divide this by 2. All right, so in half the time, like I said,
all we see is a picture.
There
you go. Oh no, I thought you were showing us something because all we could see is a big
truck,
big beautiful house and all this slave owning stuff.
Yeah, so look, so in half the time, it's
with a V8 engine with a Hellcat motor.
Hold on, goddamn it! So in half the time, in half the 60 years, it would be $404,000 at 30. But you know what you can't do at 30 that I can do at 30? At 30 years, I can say, fuck it. I can say, okay, I spent the $486,000. I don't want to do this shit no more. I can fucking do what? Sell my house for the 200,000 plus and get money back. What the person renting can't do, the person renting can't sell shit.
Who
they can't sell a goddamn thing.
I'm not advocating for renting for 30 or 60
I'm not saying that you're advocating for renting, Ramil. What I'm telling you is this. I'm talking about property ownership, period. No matter the route, but that's what I'm saying. No matter the route, and most people aren't getting property at all. I'm with you on the if you can get a tax lien, get a tax lien. If you can get a foreclosure, get a foreclosure. I'm for that, whether it be that or traditional route. What I'm saying is that anything is better than renting.
Mr.
A motherfucker that's renting can't talk shit about nobody that's in the process of owning property.
Mr. Fantastic. Well,
most mortgages aren't finished off. So I mean, if most mortgages literally are not finished.
People still, bro, hold on, Ramil. People still get mortgages for tax liens, brother.
No, if you got to bid it. You got to bid it. You got to pay for it right then and there.
The reason why most mortgages are never finished is because a lot of people sell those houses and they move somewhere else. And another reason why they're never finished is because a lot of people get divorces and they end up having to split the property of the house. And another reason is because some people die before they're paid off.
Mr. Fantastic.
Okay, so go ahead. You were
if I could get you, honestly, man, if I could get you to believe what I had you put in the calculator, you would understand it all. Because for some reason, I had you put those numbers, your mortgage payment minus your mortgage balance, in the calculator with your own hands and hit equal, right? You hit equal. And you still don't believe the number that the calculator is showing you. I didn't do it. You did it. And then when you hit equal, you're taking it out of context. You're using the word like you're using the word own, buy. A mortgage is not buying. You don't own anything with a mortgage.
A mortgage is giving a payment till death.
Correct.
The reverse of that would be a pension.
Thank you. The French. Thank you.
Till your death.
Now, like I said, I'm not advocating for or against. I'm just stating a solid fact.
Correct.
SMD, I like what you were saying, and I agree with that point. However, there's barriers to entry. One of the things I wanted to mention was because, again, in these spaces, this product, which I sell, never gets mentioned, which is life insurance, which is what I mentioned to you in IUL, an indexed universal life, which is a policy that is attached and mirrors the S&P 500 versus these big money market accounts that grow at 0.7% APY. Right? If you go to Chase Bank right now to get their special interest account, you have to have a minimum balance of $15,000 and you get 0.002% APY. Right? On the flip side, on an indexed universal life, which is a policy that mirrors the S&P 500, the stock market that everybody wants to Tesla to get on, and it's been paying dividends for 120 years straight, and grows at a compound interest rate of 6.4%, compound meaning on top of each other, like a credit card. So this is actually a way that you can build that cash, right? Because everybody's going to go to the bank and get a walloping 0.00% at Chase until you get 15,000 and give you 0.02% annual percentage yield versus a 6.4% monthly yield, since you know you're going to save up that 100 racks to buy the house anyway. It's all about looking for alternative strategies to use this shit. I'll tell you my story of why I started selling life insurance so you don't think it's just some fuck shit. 2008, 3 days before Mother's Day, I got shot 5 times in front of my mother in the Trefo. That's Winston-Salem, North Carolina. All right, I was out there working at Wendy's and selling weed. Shit happens.
Let me explain something to you guys real quick so you guys can understand, all right? You guys really need to understand this right now. If you walk in the bank and you got student loans older than your children, the bank is going to offer you a subprime mortgage. Mm-hmm. And that's an FHA mortgage because they're going to financially abuse you. Because if you don't know, if you walk in the bank with a student loan older than your children, do you really believe in your brain you're going to pay off a house? You're not. You are the only one that don't know that. So they're going to offer you a subprime mortgage. Subprime mortgages are for slaves that will not accept that they cannot afford a house. The only way to buy a house is with cash. You are mortgaged.
So again,
the only difference between renters and people with mortgages, renters know they're not homeowners. That's the only difference. That's the only difference between them.
So SMD, I'm going to ask you this question again.
Yes, sir.
And to the brother that answered your question, what's the average life expectancy of Americans?
I don't care what Google says about my life.
Well, it's not Google. It's not Google. Okay, so are you 30 years old? Are you over 30?
51.
Okay, so you're over 30, right?
Quite a ways, yes.
Okay, so that means within a 30-year period, you would have survived your mortgage and paid your house off, which you have now an asset.
That's what I want you to do, brother.
Hold on, brother. I'll let you go. Let me go.
Go
I'll let you go.
I apologize.
So,
go ahead.
So which means then the thing that you're saying that you would never ever pay off, if you didn't pay it off, that'd be your fault. Okay, that wouldn't be the bank's fault. That wouldn't be nobody else's fault. That would be your fault because you're past, 30 years old. So for us to talk about mortgage and death and all these things, yeah, it may mean that in a literal sense. But again, when you have something that's a period that's clearly half, actually less than half the life expectancy, putting the whole death thing on it, you're taking it a little too literal. Okay, So let's not get with the literal aspect and the literal meanings of words when we know they don't actually apply to what it really is.
I'm not saying
because again, a mortgage lasts not for life. It lasts for 15 to 30 years. You can actually even choose that. So we stuck on the 30-year aspect of it. You can pay it in 15. Actually, you can pay it in less than that. You can pay it off.
There's no prepayment penalty.
Exactly. And again, hey, you could pay it off early and not even have to pay all that extra stuff on top. That's only if you take the whole 30 years to pay it. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, I could fuck the whole 30 years. Like I said, I could fucking change this shit up and say, hey man, fuck it. I've had an increase in my income. I make more money. I cut this 30 years down to 10 or to the 15 or whatnot, what have you. So I'm actually saving even more money. See, we didn't even calculate that.
And fantastic. There's something else you got to remember. There's always the possibility of windfalls. I have two parents, right? They own properties. My parents are over 65 years of age. When they die, their properties are getting split between me and my sister, who's a lawyer. And she already has her own stuff. So that becomes another rental for me that I didn't even have to pay for.
Mr. Fantastic, do you know a VA mortgage is a subprime mortgage? Do you know that?
Why does my shit get ignored?
I don't know.
I know. I'm telling you.
I know.
I'm saying that to you. I'm saying that to you. A VA mortgage is a subprime mortgage. You know.
Okay. So what's the difference? What's the difference
between a prime mortgage and a subprime mortgage?
Yeah. What's the difference?
Subprime is for slaves, for people that don't know, that don't trust math.
Okay. So what's a prime mortgage?
The best mortgage in the United States of America.
Which is what?
I don't know. You got to go to the bank and ask them.
Well, excuse me. Let me just settle something since I sell houses.
Wait, hold up, big truck. Hold up, big truck. Hold up, just a second.
Hold on. I have to correct
Hold up, man.
I have to correct that. Subprime.
Hold up, just a second. I don't need any correction. Let me ask.
No, subprime means that it's below 740 FICO.
Okay, thank you, big truck. Thank you, sir. I want to get back to Mr. Fantastic, please. Okay, so you didn't know VA mortgage was a subprime mortgage, right?
Well, hold up. Well, no. According to Big Truck, that's only according to credit score. If it's only according to credit score, then
don't. Hey, listen. You can Google this. Okay, it's not a big deal. I'm not hiding anything. You can Google, say it's VA mortgage or subprime mortgage. It'll tell you. I'm not making it up. Just go look. Right. You got to say to yourself, and the same thing what Ramil said about the Navy credit union. They're financially abusing you guys. Do you understand? Because that's not VA mortgage is subprime mortgage.
They're not financially abusing me.
If you have one, they are. They are, sir. They are.
For one, I don't use Navy. For one, I don't use Navy Federal for my.
What about
mortgage,
the VA mortgage? Let's just stick with the VA mortgage. VA mortgage. What about that?
Okay, what about it?
You have one, right?
Yeah, I do.
They're financially abusing you because it's a subprime mortgage.
How so? How are they financially abusing me if I'm paying less than I'll be paying for rent?
You, that's a great question. Because it's not the best mortgage in the United States of America. That's why. You understand?
SMD, pause.
Because there's a better one.
Pause, SMD.
There's a better one.
Pause.
SMD, are you talking about because their mortgages are being packaged by Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and being put
No,
in the REIT?
I'm asking you guys. Is a VA mortgage the best mortgage on the market?
I don't have to put down. I don't have to put it down.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question. Is a VA mortgage the best mortgage on the market? That's what I'm asking. Not what you have to put down. None of that stuff. Is a VA mortgage the best mortgage on the market?
I don't know what you're talking about. What's the best mortgage on the market? It's like you're speaking in code. Just tell us what the best mortgage on the market is.
I don't know what it is.
No, the best.
How you answer the question nobody knows the answer to?
Because all you got to do is walk into the bank.
I have an answer. The best possible mortgage that you could get right now is the 30-year fix at 3%.
Walk into the bank.
Other mortgage at 3%.
Mr. Fantastic, walk into the bank, to the biggest bank in your city. Just do it. Don't fuck what everybody else is saying, okay? Just do this. Walk into the biggest bank in your city and say, hey, what's the best mortgage you guys have to offer? I guarantee you it's not going to be a VA mortgage. Guaranteed.
It's going to be a commercial.
You're wrong. Hello, you're wrong. What are you talking about? That makes no sense. Wait, for one, like my shit is that's dumb. That's dumb. What you're saying makes no sense. Stop.
Oh, it doesn't?
Hold on. Yes, it does. It makes no sense.
Tell me what makes sense.
VA loan, the VA loan is just the fact of the matter that it's the details and parameters of the fact that I'm in the military. It still depends upon my credit score and what I qualify at that. So just because it's a VA loan don't mean I qualify for a 3% rate, whatever the best rate is.
Of course.
So what are you talking about then? So what? So what difference does it make? So this is what I'm saying. So hold on.
That's a great question.
The bank. Hold on. Wait. Stop. The bank is not going to make any extra money off of me or require anything extra of me. Why? Because I am actually excluded from having to put a down payment down or having to do any of the other shit that nobody's a non-VA loan does. So literally, I do have a better. Huh? So I literally do have a better mortgage than pretty much 90% of everybody out there because I have no closing costs to cover. I have no down payments to put on. And hold on. And due to my credit, wait. And due to my credit, I qualify what the same person that has my credit score qualifies for without any of the other requirements. So what are you talking about?
I will. That's a great question. Okay. This is what I want you to do. If you take the time to do this, okay, go to the bank. Run the numbers on the best mortgage, whatever they're going to give you. It doesn't matter what they give you. It's going to be better than the VA. So it doesn't matter. Just walk in and say it. Run the numbers. Say, hey, my house is worth this, and I financed it with a VA mortgage. Can you run the same numbers on the best mortgage that you guys have here to offer, and let them show you? Let them show you. And you
they'll always beat you with a refi, though.
No, hold on. Fantastic. The reason why, let me explain something right now. The loan terms, what Fantastic laid out is that the qualifications for that loan are totally different than the qualifications from your conventional 30-year fix.
Most definitely.
Now, here's the thing, though. Because the qualifications are allowed to be lower for a VA loan, technically, a VA loan it reduces the barriers of entry. That's the proper terminology. So it doesn't matter if it's a VA or a conventional or whatever, because what it is the qualifications have changed. The question is, what was his credit score? What was the percent interest rate that he's paying on the mortgage? The best mortgage is the one with the absolute lowest interest rate and the lowest, shortest term. That's the best mortgage. So here's the problem. I sell houses. So I need you to understand when you're going to say just walk in and say is the VA the best he could qualify for, the question is what is his credit score? What is his credit history? How much money does he have to put down? What he's telling you is that he doesn't have to put down as much as somebody who's going for a conventional loan. So we're
$0. I have to put down $0.
We're confusing two different things.
Okay, tell me this, Big Truck. Listen.
Go ahead.
If okay, now I'm gonna go slow, not to be insulting. I'm just going mathematically.
All right.
Hey,
if the only way to buy a house, to buy BUY, is with cash, how is it beneficial if you put no money down for a loan?
Well, here's the thing. On a note, the reason why no money down was done was obviously to get people into these properties.
Correct.
The reason why they don't like no money down is because a person who makes the reason why they don't like no money down is because just like in 2006, you had people who were buying houses with no money down and they weren't even making the first payment once they got into the house. Either that or they only made payments for the first couple of months and then they stopped making payments. When you put money down, you're making your own personal investment into a property. It's like if I go and buy a house that's $100,000, if I put $50,000 of my own money down and take out a $50,000 mortgage, I have $50,000 worth of my
I need to hurry up and own a bank. That's what I need to do. I need to hurry up and own a bank. That's what I need to do.
I have $50,000 of my skin in the game. But if I got a $0 down loan, I have $0 of skin in the game. So if I say, you know what, fuck this house, I'm going to leave, I can simply pack up and say, you know what, fuck this house, fuck my credit, I'm out. But see, if you have money and skin in the game, you're less likely to default on the house. That is what I want. What?
This is what I want you guys to do. Go to my channel. I log in live on my Credit Karma. Live for everybody to see. Go on to YouTube and find anybody on YouTube that has ever done that. And then you got to ask yourself
that all the time.
Why is LJ the only one doing it?
Let me chime in real quick. Pause. All right.
Pause.
Here's the deal. We are all here to learn something from everybody. Yeah. Right? Okay. So what we tend to have a problem in our community is the same BS. All right. Everybody has a point that is making sense. SMD, you are an elder. I respect you as an elder, but you are definitely not helping the situation. Granted, you are definitely preaching. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Granted, you are preaching things that are of some truth. But if we stay in that mindset saying, yeah, we are slaves, then we're never going to continue and we're going to be like you. Credit's still a slave. It's obvious. Move to something else that's going to benefit everyone. Now, to add to what you're saying when it comes to the credit scores and whatever the case may be, credit scores at the end of the day are just telling financial systems, the slave owners, that you are trustworthy. The higher your score, the more trustworthy you are, the closer you can be that token Negro to move to the house. That's all it is. So do you want to stay a bottom feeder and not work with the system to benefit, get the most of the benefit? Or do you want to keep complaining about it saying, oh, I'm different, whatever? Yes, you're free, but you're not going to be as free as somebody who's got double, 3 times or 4 times what you were able to save up. It's a difference. We're all learning stuff, but SMD, stop preaching that stuff. Say it, we hear it, but stop. It's not helping the situation.
How old are you, Adonis?
No, don't tell him, man. Don't tell him to stop. I mean, that's just...
Hold on.
Adonis, how old are you?
I got you, Mr. Fantastic. I'm a veteran of the Marine Corps, and I'm 34.
34. Okay. This is what I want you to do, Adonis. I want you to log into your Credit Karma and look at that number. That large negative number, that's your net worth.
Correct.
That's the money you have to buy anything, investing, car, house, real estate, Bitcoin, gold, silver. That's your money. Okay. If you believe that number, you will be rich. If you believe that large negative number is you, this is my business. I help people. That's what I do. And I'm never wrong because my math is wrong. My math is right. I'm never wrong because math is never wrong. Math is an exact science.
SMD, are you against using?
Hold on. I'm listening to him. I mean, he can
I just had a quick question.
But at the end of the day, we're trying to come to a solution to help benefit everyone.
That is the solution. I'm giving it to you. I'm giving you a mathematical solution. Log into your Credit Karma and believe it. That's all you got to do is believe it.
Mr. Fantastic is also given a solution. Everyone is given a solution that can work for.
I'm giving a mathematical solution.
I understand you, but for those that are financially savvy, the other avenues of using credit works for them. For those that are not there, that need that work, they have to start from the bottom and save. We're all making sense. I get it. Everybody's got a point. Everyone does. I'm not necessarily fully disagreeing, but what I'm saying is to keep pushing out slave mentality this, slave mentality that, is psychologically messing up the flow of everybody else. We're trying to find a solution. Like
Adonis, I tell you what, Adonis, if you're young enough, man, if you listen to me, you will be rich. If you just trust, not even me. If you never ever, when it comes to your money, if you never ever break the laws of mathematics, ever under any circumstances, you will be rich.
Very true.
Never break. I don't care. Christmas time, Black Friday, go vacation. If you never break the laws of mathematics, if you never call yourself a homeowner with a 30-year mortgage, if you never think you got a finance car for 84 months on sale, if you never break the law, because I promise you this.
If it's 0% interest.
It's 0% interest. That's the bait they put on the hook. Don't fall for that shit.
Ain't no bait. It's factual. The same as
slaves don't know that. That's why it's round.
Again, it's not a wheel.
You notice how 0 is round? That's the wheel. You guys
create it's not a wheel, man. It's not a wheel. But hold on. So let me do this real quick. Shout out to FHD for the $2.99. That's why I'm buying a van to live in, no paying. You even got to pay on that, man. But listen. Shout out to Josh Quick for the 5. Some black folks could have been investing that $1,400 stimmy instead. Fly to Miami Beach and get tore up. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, man. Again, I disproved your math, sir. I really did.
Not my math. Let's get that straight. I don't own math.
I do not own math. It's the way you're teaching it, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I can't. Math can only be taught one way. I don't teach math.
No, that's not true. That's definitely not true. That's definitely not true. So let me explain it to you again.
What's not true?
Let me explain it to you again. Okay. What you do on that balance sheet is, even though you're right, that big negative number you have there is what your worth is. Right, currently.
Yes.
Right. That's the money you have available.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Hold up. But what's the second part? The second part of what you're missing on that is what, SMD? You have other part of the balance sheet is your assets.
There's nothing outside of the laws of mathematics. Nothing exists.
That's not what it's not. It's not anything outside of this. It's called a balance sheet. We're talking about a balance sheet, brother. So that a balance sheet is outside of the laws of mathematics because again, it's taken into account. Yes, it is.
You can add up a balance. You can add up a balance sheet without using math.
Well, hold on. This is what I'm trying to tell you. S&D. I need you to show me on the fucking Credit Karma where it shows you how much your home is worth. Show it to me where it comes up.
If you have a mortgage, don't worry about what the house is worth.
Again, that's where you're wrong. We already did it. It don't matter about it not being mine. Look, SMD, this is what I'm gonna tell you again, brother.
You basically saying that no one has ever got rich and invested in the real estate.
Hold on.
I just had a quick question.
Standing in conviction, brother.
Don't show no shoes.
Wait.
Don't show no shoes. The sneakers show was the other day.
Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait. So SMD, I paid $80 for this. $80. 80.
Yeah.
$80.
Yeah.
So what am I? I'm at a negative $80 right now, right?
Yes.
I have $0. So I'm
Correct.
at negative 80.
Yes.
I'm at negative 80.
I said yes.
So how much money do I have in my hand right now?
Nothing.
You're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong. You're wrong. No. See, I'm glad. See, this is debate, people. This is how it works. Again, because I paid this doesn't mean that's what this is worth. This is worth over $400. So what I have in my hand is $300+, sir, if I was to sell it. Now, let's talk. Wait, stop. I know you want to get there. Hold on. Yeah. So let's pretend, because these are big as fuck. These are size 16. So let's pretend this is a house. Let's pretend these shits is a house, right? Let's pretend these are a house.
Man,
so again, the house. What I owe, right? Whatever I owe, let's say I owe $100,000 on the house, but the house is worth $200,000. So what do I have in my hand? I have $100,000. Just because I paid that doesn't mean that's not what it's worth. So that's the part that you're leaving out on the math, sir. That's the part that you're leaving out.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, what if I told you a house is not an asset? Would you believe me?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't believe you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, listen. A house wouldn't be an asset without you. Without a mortgage, a house is just a standing wood building, and then they put you in it.
There's a market that gives
the bank.
Bro, there's a market that gives a house value, bro. Okay, that's what gives anything value. Is there a market for it? Is there demand for that house? Okay, if you have people moving into a certain area because a company is building a factory or whatever the fuck, guess what? The value of that house, the perceived value of that house is going to go up.
I agree.
So what Mr. Fantastic was saying in regards to that whole $80 analogy to the boat that he held up. Was that a yacht or what?
Yeah, man, that was a whole.
But what the thing is, it's just the fact that there is a value, right? There is a market that has basically given those shoes value that he can exchange, and he's only put up what $80 of his money, and if he wanted to, he could then extract that pre-existing value from that particular asset and get the other money.
Bro,
one quick question. Are you against? Hey, one quick question. Are you completely against the use of credit for educated investments, savvy investments? Now, I'm not talking about going out and buying no fucking car, a Mercedes-Benz or some bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the leveraging of money for investments.
No, I'm not against that. That's because that's business. I'm not against that.
Okay. All right. So I don't think anyone on this channel advocates the use of credit for retarded reasons. You know what I mean? Honestly, I don't think anyone has advocated that.
Oh, okay.
I concur.
Yeah. So the argument that's always put up is as if niggas is advocating, going out and motherfucking buying your whole house, all your furniture from Rent-A-Center, you know what I mean, and never paying on the shit until it's too late, you know what I mean, or going to get a new car every year, and just putting money all up on getting a personal finance loan just to go ball out in Miami. No one's advocating that. At least I haven't heard anybody say that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Uncle Adrenius.
Mr. Fantastic. Do you got any cash on you?
Let me see. Yeah.
It won't matter the denomination. Just pull out some cash. Just a bill. Don't need multiple bills. Just one.
Y'all know I'm broke. This all I got. This all I got.
It don't matter what it is.
All I got.
What is it? What is it?
A one.
Okay.
A one.
All right. We don't even need to calculate. I want you to put $1 minus your mortgage payment, $1 minus your mortgage payment, and hit equal. That's going to equal how much money you have in your pocket. That's going to equal how much money you have in your hand. Hit equal.
Yeah, you're right. That's negative. Negative.
Ain't got no money. That money doesn't exist.
Yeah, but this is cash though. Like I said, my bank account is something totally different.
Not for you.
What do you mean?
Hey, what up?
Okay. You hand that same dollar to me, and I go $1 minus no mortgage equals $1.
So is it possible? Is it possible to invest in real estate and get rich off of it? Is it possible to do that?
Yes. Shout out to Ramil Amir.
So what are we saying here?
Mr.
Fantastic is basically saying if you are making an educated investment into a property, we're not talking about somebody just going in and purchasing and just making a dumbass decision and buying high at the market. Hell, you can even combine Ramil's strategy where you're going out and getting properties for dirt cheap and then basically using other people's money to make that investment.
Let me explain.
Hey, what's up, Fantastic? Hey, can I jump in here for a second?
Yeah. Hold on. Let Fredo up here. Shout out to DJ Kelly. Now stop letting SMD troll you. Nah, he ain't trolling, man. This is his thing, man. I told y'all, the slave master, baby. He's a slave master in the building. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been listening for a while. I was in and out of meetings, and I've been wanting to jump on. All right, here's the bottom line with this, right? In 2003, I was paying $2,200 for my rent. Right, in New York City, right? When I decided to leave that apartment, I walked out with nothing except my furniture. I bought a house in Jersey, paid less money, put down 40 grand, bought a house in Jersey. That was like in 2003, I spent 40 grand, bought a house in Jersey. My mortgage was less than my rent was.
Yeah.
And then 3 years later, I sold that house and got a check for more than $80,000. So bottom line is, it's an investment. All of this talk about, hey, you're a slave and all of that's bullshit. Because you got to live somewhere. It's not like you're living on the street. So you're living somewhere. You're paying for it.
You cannot sell something you're renting. Yep. That's all I'm saying. Listen, bro. I could cut everything today because you know what I haven't paid? I haven't paid $100,000 into this house, even in my mortgage payments. I haven't paid that. That's what I'm saying. Or I might be right at that. So this is what I'm saying. So I would still be making a profit, SMD. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, if I sold this today, hold on, wait, Ramil. If I sold my house today for even everything that I paid for, shout out to Big. This is all I was saying. Fatal Dope said the same thing I said. If I was renting, you know what I get to do after X amount of years or whatnot, what have you? I can't sell shit. I don't get nothing back. But this house, even though I do not own it, you're right, SMD, you're right, Ramil. Even though I do not own it, what do I have a chance to do? I have a chance to fucking at least make my money back. And not only make my money back, actually make a fucking profit.
And fantastic. There's also something else that nobody has mentioned at all that you're also missing. In my house, I can raise my voice. I could stomp on the fucking floor. I could do whatever the fuck I want in here, and nobody can tell me a motherfucking thing at all. I could have a dog piss on the carpet, shit on the fucking dining table, whatever I want. Nobody can tell me I can't have an animal. Nobody can tell me shit.
Because you gotta have a mortgage for that.
This is.
You gotta have a mortgage for your dog to be able to piss on your carpet.
Well, I'm just saying. The point is, nobody can tell me a motherfucking thing except the bank. And once I paid them off,
nobody can tell me a motherfucking thing. Period.
Okay, cool.
Unless I don't pay my property tax.
I'm just telling you like this: a renter,
that's better than a
person who's renting has to do what the landlord or that fucking bullshit homeowners alliance.
You got to compare it to renting. How about we compare it to owning it outright? Okay, well, nobody can tell me shit.
You realize
what can tell me nothing at all.
No, listen, I'm not comparing it to a person who owns. I'm comparing it to a renter. I've had friends where I'll go up in their house. Hold on. I've had friends where I'll go up in their house and they'll be like, oh yeah, well, you can't walk around too loud because the fucking people complain.
Okay, I understand that. But if somebody rents for $5,000 6-7 years and saves up a considerable amount of cash. Look, man, that 40 grand he talking about. Look, you paid the 40 grand, you put a down payment. Then you said you sold it years later. How much money did you pay every month through them years? And you broke even. You probably lost money, bro. Like I'm saying, like if you bought it outright, it's 100%.
Even if that's the case, though,
Ramil, what are we talking about?
Ramil, but even if that's the case, that's what I'm saying. He still recouped his money. We're comparing renting to fucking home mortgage or home anything concerning the actual property, Ramil. Let's do that. So I think this is where we get in the argument fucked up at. This is where we losing each other. At the end of the day, renting is bad. You don't get anything from renting. That's a lose-lose. You will never profit from. You will never hold on. You will never make a profit from renting. Guaranteed. At X amount of years or whatever from renting, you know what you're going to do? You're either going to buy a property, whether you do it your route from a tax lien or foreclosure or whatnot, what have you, and you have to spend exorbitant amount of fucking capital to purchase that home. And you know what you're not going to be able to do? You're not going to be able to recoup none of that money you spent on renting. But if you have a home, even if you're paying a mortgage on it.
I was living there.
Well, you're living there and it's a complete total expense. There's no benefit of it, bro. On a mortgage. Now, if you were doing the same thing, let's do this, Ramil. This is a real easy thing. Let's do this scenario. So let's say you had a 30-year mortgage that you was paying on, right? And you was paying your mortgage, $100,000. Let's keep fair, even number. You stayed there for 10 years, and you said, "Hey, man, I done paid all this money on this house. Fuck it, man. I'm tired of this is too much for me to pay in this. I know I learned about the wholesale thing. I learned about the tax lien thing. I'm gonna get out of this house and I'm gonna go buy me a tax lien or foreclosure." Well, wow, Ramil, what do you get to do, Ramil? You get to sell the property you have the mortgage on for 30 years, which you haven't spent anywhere near even the half of what the whole thing is going to be, because you've only been there for a third of the time.
How much did I spend? What, 30,000? How much? That's 30-something,000.
You spent 100,000 on the house for the mortgage.
Yeah, but you said I'm only 10 years in. You said I'm 10 years in, so that's a third. So that's I'm 33,000 in. We can assume, but that's 33,000 in. But the mortgage with the interest, brother, is going to be worth that. First of all, the mortgage with the interest is not going to be 100,000. By the time the 30 years over,
no. Wait, Ramil. No. I can't let you sneak that in there, my nigga. No. It's only going to be plus the interest if you reach the whole 30 years. It's only going to be the compounded interest and the extra if you reach the whole 30 years. I don't need no help. Hold on. I don't need help.
Something in there. I have to put something in there. Ramil, hold on.
It don't matter.
Wait, 1 second. I have to put something in there. Because of the amortization schedule, interest is usually front loaded into the mortgage so that you pay the majority of the interest up front before you start paying specifically on the principal. So as long as you get out before the interest payments are made by paying early, since there's no prepayment penalty, that allows you to completely escape having to pay the interest.
Thank you. So let me get back to the thing. Shout out to Jay Sean Randall's renting is sucker shit. Yes, it is. I agree. So oh shit. Judge said,
hopefully you got to my email.
Oh yeah, hold on. So Judge, come back up and fix me if I'm fucked up. This is what I'm saying. Listen. However much it is, 10 years, you're third into the fucking mortgage. I promise you haven't paid 50% of the value. You're not at 100,000. You're nowhere near worth it. But what is a property worth at the very least? You haven't depreciated in property value. Let's just say you didn't even appreciate. You just stayed at the same thing, $100,000. After those 10 years, out of whatever amount of money that you paid, Ramil, what do you get to do? You get to say, fuck it. I'm going to sell my house for the same amount that I paid. So what do? You make back the money you spent during that mortgage payment.
Exactly.
And can you do the same thing in an apartment? No, you cannot. Hold on, stop, big truck. Wait. No, you cannot. Then on top of that, now what do you get to do, Ramil? You get to actually purchase your second property off of the profits that you made from the first mortgage, because why? Now you switch to your route of doing the tax lien or the foreclosure. You cannot do that renting.
Well, I could have saved up the bread in the time I was running. Here's the thing.
No. Why are you trying to make that argument? No,
it's not an argument.
Fantastic. Hold up, Ramil. Because the reason he's saying that,
I gotta answer that because look, here's the thing, bro. You're not counting for the repairs and everything, other expenses that come with home ownership. Okay,
But the repairs is not gonna be that much, man. Listen, let me tell you from my experience, bro. Let me tell you from my experience, okay? I did not spend $100,000 in repairs or $70,000 or even $50,000 in repairs over a 10-year period. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just factoring that to the equation, brother, along with the other
You can't factor that in if he didn't pay it.
Hold on, can I?
You can't factor that in if he didn't pay it.
What you mean he didn't pay?
That's
So
like
nobody,
saying
the home's gonna get repaired. The home's gonna get repaired.
No, that's like saying
$50,000 worth of repairs.
Let me finish this statement.
It's a hypothetical. You're talking hypotheticals.
It's not a hypothetical. The whole situation is hypothetical.
That's like saying what happens if my roof gets torn off right now? It's going to cost you a lot of money.
It's not.
What are the chances of my roof getting torn off?
What are the chances of you making a profit off selling a house with a mortgage that's going to be, depending on the interest rate, could be fucked over? You might lose money. You might not even get.
You're not. I'm trying to tell you.
You know how many people are in a situation where they are literally.
Well, Ramil, I'm going to tell you this.
Because when they purchased the house, they were underwater on the mortgage when they purchased it in the first place.
Ramil, I'm finna say this. Hold on, let me say this. Ramil, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna use my crib, right? I'll use my crib, for example. When I bought the crib, Ramil, like I said, you know how much money I took?
Mr. Fantastic. Stop saying
my
that
bad.
word.
When I got a mortgage, my bad. Savings Minds Debt. When I got my slavery contract for my mortgage, shout out to Savings Minds Debt. When they put myself under my slavery agreement for my mortgage for my property, okay, I instantly lost $40,000 within fucking 2 years. Why? Because I bought it at the worst possible time in 2008. So
bought again.
Okay, well, I signed my contract, my slavery agreement. I'm sorry, I signed my slavery agreement at the worst possible time in 2008. So I took a huge property value loss. But you know what's happened over that time since then, Ramil?
You came back.
Them motherfuckers done put a goddamn Amazon Prime down, like one exit down from my house. I'm less than 10 minutes away from the fucking airport, which is expanding and getting bigger and bigger, and all the property shit is changing around. I gained all of my full property value back, not just only my property value back, additional appreciation to the property, Ramil. Even though I lost that amount of money.
We did that math, and we said we did the math. And you're going to be paying over 30 years. You're going to be paying close to half.
No,
a million,
again,
right?
wait, no. Listen, remember, Ramil. First off, remember, I'm not paying shit right now. Somebody else is paying
the amount of money.
But secondly,
the amount of money being spent on the house. We're just looking at the house in the money itself. We did the math and seen that over that 30-year period, you're going to be paying close to $500,000. We did that math, correct?
Okay, but yeah, we did the math. We also did the math in that same 30-year period.
Right now,
Ramil, in that same 30-year period, you were paying the equal amount of money in rent, which you can never make back.
I would have rent for 30 years. Who wants to rent for 30 years? Nobody said rent.
The majority of Americans. I
don't agree with renting for 30. I'm just telling
you. Well, again, we're talking about. Hold on, we can't talk about math. Well, we talking about math here. We're talking about math. The math says
we're talking about different ways. We're talking about different ways
to address both of those points. If you were, let's say you were renting and you were renting for the long term while simultaneously paying rent and trying to save up money to purchase a house so that you could purchase the house in cash, right? So you're paying somebody else's mortgage while you're saving up money so that someday you could buy a house in cash that now you don't have to pay anything else for. Well, why the fuck didn't you just buy the house in the first place?
Because you couldn't afford it and you didn't have the capital.
No, there's other expenses that come with home ownership, and I don't want that responsibility where I can focus on grinding. And I'm focused on grinding. I can literally walk in cash and own the whole thing.
So you don't,
what I'm saying, once again, fantastic.
Why don't you just say that? You don't want the responsibility. I have a simple
until I own a home now, so until I want to own it outright, I can just chill.
But you still have, but still, Ramil, all you did is delay the property expenses. You're still gonna have to pay the property expenses.
I don't have mortgage or rent.
Okay, so that's again, like I said,
renting falls into certain.
It's not that expensive. You just said that, fantastic yourself. A home repair ain't that expensive.
But the thing is, at different parts of your life, renting will be the most advantageous thing for you. If you moving somewhere, you want to go be there for 2-3 years, whatever, bro. You know what I mean? You a young college student, you getting out of high school. I mean, getting out of a college, whatever, and your first spot. Of course, yeah. Go ahead and transition to ownership, bro. You know what I mean?
Mr. Fantastic. Let me say this? Do you trust Ramil? Do you consider Ramil a friend?
Yeah, I mean, Ramil's a cool motherfucker. Yeah, I tell you, nice, smart dude. All that good.
Okay, I want you to understand something. At his age, he is debt free with a paid off house. Go find another one of your friends that are like Ramil. I guarantee you won't find another friend.
Hold on, wait. I'm not. Listen, this is where we fucking up at. Oh, this is where we messing up. Listen, Ramil has the ideal situation. This is what you guys aren't acknowledging. I keep telling Ramil, even Ramil do this shit. And you too, Savings Mind, is that. How many people, what's the percentage of people in the world are debt free?
Don't worry about statistics. Don't worry about slaves. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
Again, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. And listen,
I don't care what slaves do. I don't care what they do with their money. I'm talking to you.
Hold on. We already asked you this question now. Don't make me ask it again. Because at one point in time, you were a slave, right?
Yes.
All right, then. So we all got stress. All right. You an old fella now. I was
a six-figure earning slave. Yes. What about it?
So damn, that's even better. You proved another one of my points. It ain't what you make, it's what you keep. But anyway, that's another thing. So listen, this is what I'm saying. Ideally, yes. Would everybody be in Ramil's thing, in his situation, in your situation, debt-free, owned home, no mortgage? Yes. This is what I'm saying. Hold on, I know it's possible. I'm not saying that. Listen to me though. Shout out to Bro Truth, what he just said. There are steps that can be taken. This is what I'm telling you. If you have the opportunity, okay, to get a property, even with a mortgage, where especially if your mortgage is going to be lesser than your rent, if you can get a mortgage that's less than the average rent of where you're at, you're still profiting. Because even if you decide to move, what do you get to do? You get to sell that property or either start renting that property out if you no longer want to stay there. There is money to be made, and property is the end all be all. Can we agree on that?
I just showed you. They talking about business. You're not making any. Oh, go ahead, Ramil. My bad.
If you're gonna start renting out, I'm not against that. You guys, I'm not. If you're gonna do that and then rent it out and make cash flow, I'm not against. That's business. That's once again conflating the business and the personal. You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool.
But we already established that. Y'all got to stop even saying the business and the personal, because nobody can just start business. Listen, unless you are coming from a person where you already have a family, or you have somebody where you're getting private money from an individual, or you're being pretty much
start renting out that house. That is business.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's still what I'm saying though. You still started it personally.
And that's cash.
Very few people have the time or have the fucking anything to fucking have their
start. It's how it's finished. If you start personal and it ends in business, it's still separate.
Yeah, but you still got it through your personal, and you still have to keep your personal up.
No matter how you, I'm just saying, if you start renting out a house and you making a profit off that, then you're in the business realm. I'm not arguing against the business realm. But when you say it, but we did the math. Now, once again, you paying close to $500,000 for the house. You're assuming that when you sell it, that is going to be worth more than what you paid so far, plus what's it worth at that time.
Again, so like I said, you still can make money back on that, and that's an investment
if the house appreciate
the majority.
You
again,
it's going to be $500,000 to 30, bro.
Even if it don't listen, Ramil, it's only going to be that amount if you go throughout the whole loan. If again, like I said,
that's why I asked you how long you gonna stay there. You said the whole time. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's the ideal thing. Again, I'm not paying Ramil. That's what you leaving out an important part. I don't plan on I plan on doing what nigga. I've learned from you. I learned it from watching you. I'm trying to get, or I'm going to get a fucking tax lien or a foreclosed crib. So that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna use the mortgage. I'm gonna use the mortgage strictly for renting the house out.
Well, that's
I'm in the military. Hold on. Hear me out.
If you making money, cash flow, I'm not against the business part, bro. I'm not against that.
That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Even still, a mortgage sets you up no matter how it is, especially in that situation. Look, bro, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Listen, shout out to the brother. Alonzo's still here. He was saying it. You gotta fucking in order for a VA or a VA loan or whatnot, what have you have to stay in the property for at least, I think it's either a year or 2 years. And then if you want to start renting out or what have you, then you have to get a streamline, and you have to refinance it or whatnot, so on and so forth, and go that way so you start renting the property out. What people don't understand is you can actually have up to whatever the X amount of dollars is in your VA loan, depending on the city and the area. For me, for Jacksonville, I think it's something as far as like $489,000 or $450,000, something like that, or whatever the fuck. So even though I already have a property that's under a VA loan, I could actually go get another property under the VA loan because I haven't used my 100% of what's being allowed to me. So what I'm gonna do is have, like I say, a property that now I'm strictly doing nothing but renting. Let somebody else pay that mortgage fucking for me. Like I said, in the process of getting ready to raise the rent because everything in the area is going up. I did the fucking shit what I did on a favor for the people that rented it out. Okay, I'm still making a profit, Ramil, because you know what, Ramil? I don't have to pay my mortgage. You see what I'm saying? So
that's called when you have if you have a mortgage on a property that you're renting out and you're making money and you're making positive cash flow. That's what Robert Kiyosaki calls good debt. That's okay.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying.
If you got a mortgage for a personal, if you was living in the house personally,
yes, exactly.
You'd be taking a loss. You'd be taking.
No, Ramil, that's not accurate. Ramil, that's not accurate because what I have to do, Ramil, regardless of what I have to do, I have to live. I have to pay for somewhere to stay.
Okay, but if you own the place you stay, you don't have to pay. That eliminates the biggest expense.
Well, what are you talking about? I gotta pay rent regardless. So what are you saying?
If you own a house outright, that eliminates the rent or the mortgage.
Of course, you're right on that. But again, Ramil, how many people have the shit to just own the house outright?
It's not impossible. I'm not saying
it's impossible.
Mr. Fantastic.
I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Stop comparing yourself to slaves. What they can and cannot do. Stop comparing yourself to them. Who cares what they can't? Who cares if they can't buy a house in cash? Who cares if they can't buy a car in cash? That's their problem. I'm talking to you. Stop. I showed you the answer. Mortgage payment minus mortgage balance equals your profit.
No, it's not. And then we already disproved that. That's inaccurate.
We put it in a calculator. Everybody saw it. What are you talking about?
Remember, I changed it to the shoes, remember?
The property value at the time.
The property value is what you're missing from the equation. You can't.
If you don't own it, who cares what the property value is?
What happens when you sell it, though? What happens when you sell it and it's more than the mortgage? What happens when you sell it?
Selling it. I'm saying you don't own it. Who cares about the property value? It's not yours.
Bro, you have to calculate the property value.
No, if it's yours,
yes, you do. That makes no sense.
It's yours.
But if that's the case, no one would get rich off of. No one would be rich off of fucking real estate if that's the case. You just ignore the property value, bro. That makes no sense.
I don't care what slaves do.
Property value, you also have to calculate the cost of your money at the time. That's why people are so worried about the inflation of the money. Because if the value of your money decreases, as the value of your money decreases, you see the prices of the properties increase. Because that means that the amount of money that you have, the amount of money that you have is no longer enough to buy X amount of house. 100,000. My grandparents, 40 years ago, bought a mansion in New Jersey for like less than $200,000. That same $200,000 wouldn't buy even a shitty house in Queens right now because over time the value of the money changed. So you have to keep that up. What?
What?
Well,
a shitty house or a shitting house? Oh, wait.
Did you say a shitty house? You can't buy in Queens. You can't buy a shitty looking garbage house for $200,000 right now.
Man. Let me get
all that's scheduled to change. Look at what's happening in New York right now. Most people in New York are moving out of that hellhole.
And guess what? There are rich people coming.
All the businesses that have been shut down during COVID. There's really no reason to be in New York anymore.
No,
why would you live somewhere?
Let me get businessman. Let me get businessman in here. Then we gonna do. Wait. Let me get businessman in here. Then we gonna start wrapping this thing up, man. We about to hit 3:30. So go ahead, businessman.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
You got it, man.
All right, good. So it's a couple things. I'm into real estate, and so I'm gonna tell you about my personal situation. So my parents, they strategically purchased a house. And they was this slave that my man's talking about. But what they did and what most people do when they buy real estate, they buy stuff strategically. They buy it in areas where they feel that it's going to appreciate. My parents purposely bought a house and they kept the house because they wanted to pass on to me this wealth. So now I'm living in a house rent free. But then I want to talk about what Fantastic said. And it actually makes great sense if you have a plan. Getting a mortgage is not a bad thing. Yes, you're paying for it, but if you have a plan if your barrier of entry is so low, and you have a plan to stay there for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and then you move and rent that out, and you do the business thing like Ramil, that is the best and quickest way to accumulate wealth, because your barrier of entry is low. You pay rent, or you pay your mortgage for a couple of years. Someone else is going to continue to pay your rent, and then you can even cash out and take the money, the appreciation, because we haven't talked about that term too much, the appreciation, and put down on your next property. So I understand what we're saying, but it's a little more complex than that. And even if a person is renting, one thing that people who rent versus the advantage of people who rent and people who have mortgages can't do, you can actually write off your rent. But then people who have mortgages, they have something called depreciation. So therefore, it's not necessarily that you are losing so much money and a slave to paying a mortgage, because if you get the right accountant, you got depreciation, it comes on your taxes. If you are a renter, you can use your rent to write off with your accountant. So it's tricks and nuances to this. But the thing that we're missing is, whenever you go into a real estate transaction, you want to make sure that it's a long-term investment, and you can see where it's a possibility, it's a speculation that it will go up. And then also see how you could transfer that piece of property to the next generation, even if you have to pay more for it. Because if you could stomach and pay more and figure a way to pay more and pass that along to your heirs, that they could actually come out on the other side without a mortgage, then you've done your job. See, I think a lot of times we look at how we could do it ourselves very fast and kind of just look at the man in the mirror and see how that person could benefit. But our community, we have to look at long term. That's why you see other communities buying in strategic areas. And that's pretty much the crux of what I got to say.
No, and by the way, fantastic. Did I not start out talking about my Chinese friends whose parents leave them their first house mortgage free? Now imagine if you grind, you got a mortgage, you pay off that property in your lifetime. Now all your kids got to do is work a job to pay the taxes and the repairs on the house, and they've got no debt. See, the problem is we're starting from fucking zero. This guy is telling you right front, his parents left him a property, so now all he has to do is work, and he can move forward from that, and he's not paying into his living as much because all he has to do is pay taxes and repairs. The problem is you're starting from zero. You may have to suffer by paying that mortgage, but if you leave a place to your kids and you teach them how to be smart enough to take care of it and maintain it, now they don't have to start from zero. I've been saying this.
You passing the football to them far further upfield, and we have to think a little more strategic when we invest. Even with stocks and bonds, all this stuff is not necessarily what we could get right now. It's more of a long-term investment, and that's how we have to think. I actually have lots of friends right now that actually I have friends right now. They live in their primary residence, right? But they have 2 or 3 children. And every couple of years, this is what they're doing. They buy a rental property. It might be a single family house in a shitty part of the area. It may be a 2-flat, depending on how much money they have. They get that property. And as soon as that child turns 17, 18, 25, whatever your preference is, guess what they do? They gift them that child that property. Because guess what? They could pay for college. They could start their own business. They could just go live in the house if that's what they want to do. So we really have to think long term when we talk about this investment. It's not about trying to buy the Jaguar in 5 years. It's more. We always talk about this legacy. The legacy start with us, and we have to do it just like that. And that's just it.
There is no better investment than a paid off house.
You know what? The only person
Hold on. Shout out to Ice. I got 100 balls in the motherfucking building, man. Shout out to Ice, man, for the 100 ball. Much appreciated, Mr. Tested, for another glorious masterpiece of a stream. We need more streams like this. Bravo. Good sir. Appreciate you, brother.
Fantastic. Don't you appreciate doing this beautiful session, man? I have been so profitable for you. You can almost afford to lose a couple more bets to me about who's going to be president.
Stop it. Shout out to Spiritual Logic Hope for the 5, man. Acquire one big income or multiple streams of income. That's what need to be promoted. Every fails without it. Appreciate you, brother. Again. Yeah, man. Go ahead. Say it.
All I wanted to say is people who don't have properties don't understand even that simple math equation. The property value is going to fluctuate, but you have no idea what these areas are going to be like 10, 20, 30 years down the road. All I'm saying is forget the possibility of selling. All you got to do is focus on your kids, focus on making them smarter so that they understand real estate and that they understand money. And this way, they can pay all of their finances and they don't have to worry about paying that rent. And that is the reason why Asians, that is the reason why Jews, that is the reason why they moved so far ahead, because their kids understand this and their kids are given this responsibility and they're taught how to maintain it and keep it up. So now they're not paying into the system. They're not starting from zero. And that's basically that.
You know what? Let me tell you this quick story. I bought this property. I bought this property about 8 years ago. For this is just when I started doing rehabs, about $8,000 in this crappy area. It's a crappy area, just a piece of crime infested area. So I was like, damn, I just wasted my money and all this. So just 2 years ago,
what state did you buy that in, bro?
It was in Illinois.
Okay.
Illinois.
Cool.
Yeah, so it was $9,000. It was $7,000, $7,000 to $8,000, and I was like, damn, I just wasted my money. So I didn't rehab it because I didn't have the money. So 2 years ago, Amazon decided to put a factory 1 mile away. Then Whole Foods started to put a processing center 1 mile away. Then they built a shopping mall 1 mile away. Right now, I still have the property. I'm rehabbing it now. The properties are selling for $250,000.
Yep.
I bought it for.
Now, how did you acquire that house for $8,000, bro? How did you acquire that?
It was a foreclosure. I was actually at the time.
Ramil, nigga, nobody's disagreeing with you. Goddamn it, Ramil, Ramil is right. Listen, Ramil,
yeah, I'm not right all the time.
No, I'm just trying to get you to understand, bro. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you. Hold on, businessman, and then I'm gonna kick it to SMD. Listen. Bro, there's levels. This is all I'm saying. And somebody did something similar in the chat. This is what I'm saying. Ideally, if and when you can get a house as a tax lien or as a foreclosure or something to where you can not pay $100,000 house, but get a house for a very low value that has a very high value, right? Pay less, way less than what it's worth, right? Like I told you, in Jacksonville, pretty much to the people that do not know it, anybody that does not know this, whatever county you live in, for the most part, or major city or whatever's near you, pretty much go to their clerk of courts for that county and look. They're either gonna have an online thing, or you got to go downtown to the actual thing and look for foreclosures, tax liens, all those different things, right? Some people do the actual. You got to show up to the day of and out. Well, now that the CV is happening, that's pretty much over with. So a lot of places have online databases. And you bid online for what you're going to get. They pretty much show you the property, what it is, what it ain't. If you're close enough to see it, you can drive by them. Some of the ones, of course, if it's still occupied and you want to take that risk, hey, it's just a whole bunch of shit to it. But either way, ideally, that's the way you want to buy a property. Again, I didn't know nothing about this until I ran into fucking Ramil talking about it, the wholesale aspect. Okay, if you can get a house for wholesale, do it. Okay, but this is what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is this. You need to stop renting ASAP, no matter what. Even if you get a mortgage, and especially if your mortgage either matches or is less than your rent. And when I say this, I'm talking about your mortgage is usually going to include your escrow. Your escrow is going to pay for your property taxes, and if you have some type of HOA fees and insurance, that's included. So when I say mortgage, I'm talking about all those things. I'm not just talking about what they tell you. I'm talking about everything, one-stop shop. Okay. If you can get a mortgage that is matching or lesser than the rent that you're paying, you need to go that route. Because if you ever decide to change your mind, at the very least, you know what happens every year? Rent does what? Rent is never went down ever. Rent is never going to go down. It's only going to go up. So at the very least, your mortgage will always be the same, or it will do what? Go down, because ideally your credit is going to improve and you can do what? Refinance. Okay? But at the very least, you have a steady fucking rent from here on out until you get ready to sell the property. When you say, hey, I'm 10 years, 15, 20, anything before the 30 years of the property, you say, hey, I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to stay here no more. I want to do something else. I want to get a foreclosure. I want to get a tax lien. You know what you get to do? You get to recoup some or all, or you could even profit from selling that property. All I'm saying is we should not be renting as long as you cannot do it. That's what I'm telling you. You need to get away from renting because there's no benefit in renting, okay? There's a reason why. Shout out to Big Truck, shout out to Ramil. The biggest profitable fucking thing in the country is real estate for a reason. Businessman said something similar to I just said. Bro, they put that motherfucking Amazon factory exit down from my crib. Nigga, my shit shot up. Shout out to Amazon, nigga. All right?
Oh,
you know
no, hold up, Fantastic. Amazon too big.
You're not doing that. That's so different.
Amazon too big.
That's different. I don't give a fuck. We can talk about that another day. Them niggas shot my motherfucking property bag up. I don't give a fuck all that.
The government got to step in.
Hey, it is what it is. Hey, they still can motherfucking, as long as they keep that factory open, hey, get them niggas up. I don't give a damn. But this is what I'm saying, right? Again, all of these different things that happen as to where the property that you have a mortgage to, all right, you don't own, again, you signed a slave contract to, you can still profit and benefit from it because, again, certain things happen around it, and 9 times out of 10, it's going to appreciate more so than it's depreciated, especially if you get it from an aspect of where it's you know, like a not so savory area or whatnot, or even best if it's already a good area. 9 times out of 10, man, if you already live in a good area or a good subdivision or even mid-level area, it's never going to decrease, man. It's not going to go down. And then you have to pay attention to things like that. How far away are you from the airport? What's the closest, you know, strip mall? What's the crime level? What's the best school? All those different things. You have to take all of those things into consideration, man. And all I'm saying is, bro, ultimately, you shouldn't be renting, nigga. All right, that's all I'm saying. All right, as soon as you can stop renting and start paying something as to where you can benefit and profit from it at some point in time, whether you want to ride the shit all the way out for 30 years. And again, even after those 30 years, bro, that's rent you don't have to pay past those 30 years. Okay, I showed you guys the math. If you go for the 60 years of the average rent paying, you'll be paying $809,280. Okay, that's throughout your whole life from 18 to death, 70-something years old, okay? So what you're never going to be able to do, if you get a mortgage that's in 30 years, is nowhere near that amount, you're making out. Because you know what you're not doing? You're not renting. You're buying fucking property that you can make some type of recoup on or a possible profit. SMD, it's on you. Go ahead.
All right, let me say this. This is directly to you, Mr. Fantax. I'm gonna just follow this. If you pay your house off now at your age, if you forget everything about investing outside and all that other bullshit, because that's bullshit. If you pay your house off now, you will never have rent and or mortgage again for the rest of your life. There is no other investment that's better. You will have just eliminated while all the slaves believe everybody has to have mortgage and rent, which is not true. You pay your house off. While all the slaves are calling themselves homeowners with mortgages, you will be one. You will have return every single month. Why? Because you will not have rent or mortgage like the millions of other people do. They just believe it's true. It's not true. If you do that, you might not even understand what I'm saying right now. Just do the math, okay? If you do that, a paid off house will catapult you financially ahead of millions of people that just believe they're homeowners with mortgages. We don't care what slaves believe. It doesn't matter if they believe they're a homeowner with a mortgage. It doesn't even matter if they don't know if they're renting from the bank. If you have a mortgage, you're renting from the bank. Why are you renting from the bank? Because it's the bank's house. It doesn't care if they believe it or not. If you do this at your age, you will be rich. It will return every single month because you don't have rent or mortgage for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, you'll be free. Nobody will be able to tell you shit. This is a financial superpower. I don't care what slaves think, and you won't either. I promise you that. Okay? That's it.
All right. Pretty much close the statements for everybody, man. Go ahead and close this thing up. What you got, Ramil? Go ahead.
And I appreciate it, man. I have to come fuck with y'all today, man. So yeah, man, this is lit. It's been lit all day on YouTube, man. Y'all niggas crazy, man. Appreciate you, man, as always. Keep doing your thing. Shout out to all y'all big trucks, Savings Minus Debt, Bro Truth, Lonzo Businessman. Y'all be easy.
I appreciate you, man. Go ahead, Lonzo. It's on you.
All right. Good looking for having me up. Agree with some stuff, disagree with others. I'll go speak some stuff on my channel. Make sure you follow me specifically by my name. Like I said, 2008, 3 days before Mother's Day, I got shot 5 times in front of my mother in the Trey Pole. That's Winston-Salem, North Carolina, for those who are from down there, while I was out there kicking up dust. At any rate, I fast forward, I moved into the insurance and financial services world. I did work basically on Wall Street, 39 and 11 Broadway, right across from the brass pole. Gave up my licenses that can actually lose you money, kept those that can actually make you money. Been doing this since 2011. Talk to me, pick my mind, you'll learn some stuff. Big Truck, I do want to holler at you about some stuff on the MLS. I'm on the NYS MLS. Hopefully you're with a broker who's on some other things, because I got some stuff that I'd like to propose to you, especially now that I know that you're a realtor in New York. I'm looking to do an SRO for men. This is the type of shit spaces like this was made for. And I've been asking for help from men so we can do shit. Like, you know what an SRO is, right, Big Trust? Okay, well, for those who don't know, an SRO is a single room occupancy. So as opposed to this fuck shit where we got...
I just emailed you.
No problem. So as opposed to this fuck shit where we got women out here in women's shelters, if you ever, like when I lived in Brooklyn over off on Eastern Parkway, there's a men's shelter and a women's shelter over there, right? The women's and family shelter, I could donate canned goods, but you can't donate shit to the men's shelter. They can't bring shit in but a sandwich. So my proposal is to actually create an SRO that gives men some with vouchers. That's another reason I want to speak to you, because I have some people, and I know, people are against that, but since you're an owner, we can have a plausible relationship there as well.
I just emailed you. Write me a proposal up.
Okay. Not a problem. So with that being said, another thing that I fear seeing, and this is also why I push life insurance. I used to work with fix and flips, and I had a family in Canarsie who the mother died, but unfortunately, when people don't do things like not die intestate, meaning without a will, things don't get left to the proper people. So she also ended up dying, I guess, not paying, like you said, the property taxes or the mortgage. So the son and daughter who lived in other states couldn't pay it, and with a simple life insurance policy, they could have owned a home on East 98th Street in Canarsie, which is worth $1 million at least. And you got to make sure to protect yourself from all angles. You got to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee, like Muhammad Ali. You know what I'm saying? It ain't all pretty. It's also practice in the background. And with that being said, I'm done.
Appreciate you, bro. Bro Truth, go ahead.
Hey, man, appreciate you having me on, man. This is definitely a great stream to have, bro. I think the more streams we have on financial literacy, man, I think you'll be able to pull niggas out of the consumer mindset, And one point was made by a businessman in regards to investing and having a long-term point of view. I mean, that is definitely some good advice. However, one can make money in the markets and in the real estate, from a short-term perspective, right? It is way to, get knowledge on how to invest and become a trader. When you're talking about investing long term, you're looking at a smaller return. However, the investment vehicle is typically a bit more safer, right? But when you're talking about short term or medium term investing, you're talking about trading.
you're talking about going into vehicles that may have a higher risk percentage. However, the reward is much greater. But if you're able to, develop a system that controls for that risk, develop a system that prevents you from going bust, then you're able to mitigate that additional risk. And what's left after that? That additional reward. So my whole thing is advocating for a system where you create that cash flow through those short to mid-term investments, and then you take those profits from that and roll them over into safer vehicles. I appreciate you having me on, man. This is a masterful,
no problem, man.
masterful conversation, man. Thanks.
Hey, you try, man. Shout out to Don Gordito for the $2. What about 5-figure, bro? Should we get a condo? Listen, Don Gordito, let me give you this information, bro. I was paying a mortgage and paying rent at the same time when I first moved from Jacksonville to here. I think when I moved here, I was making 50 still, and maybe possibly 60. I don't know, but it wasn't a lot. So again, man, what you should be doing is putting yourself, and I thought about it. The only reason I didn't get a crib here is because I hate it here. I do not want to be attached to fucking Norfolk, Virginia. But had the smartest things for me to do would have been to rent a condo or get another house or whatnot, what have you. And at the very least, I could have did one or two things in the time being. But the reason why I didn't do it was because I was pretty much promised that I was going to be going back to Jacksonville. So I didn't want to go back through the hassles of getting a house just for, a year's time or year and a half time. Furthermore, like I said, my credit was nowhere near worth then what it is now. So ultimately, bro, get away from renting ASAP. Again, shout out to Ramil, shout out to Savings Minus Debt. Those brothers, got their things together. Debt-free lifestyle is what we all strive for by all means, possible at all. But what I'm telling you, man, is that as soon as you can get away from renting, okay, like you can do all the gimmick shit or whatnot, what have you, you're never gonna make a profit from renting, bro. You're never gonna get no money back from renting. All that money you paid the rent office, that's their money. Okay. You can make all the jokes about the bank and rent from the bank and all this other shit, but you know what I can do for the bank? I can turn around and motherfucking sell that property, the property I have, and I'm going to turn a profit. Okay. I'm going to turn a profit off of it. Okay. I'm going to make the money back that I've already paid into it. All the money I pay in rent, I'm not going to do. Somebody said in the thing too about you being able to write off the
mortgage tax.
Apartment. Yeah, your rent. Property taxes and shit is automatic. You do that every year. Shout out to Zero. Zero made it. Yeah, that's something that happens anyway. Listen, bro, I get a kickback for the interest I pay and the property taxes I pay. Okay, that's another thing too. But it's not anything huge or big. But people act like bro, it's a benefit, bro. You're not getting no money back from renting unless you're renting through and you're using that as your LLC station. If you got an LLC and you're using your address that you're renting from, then yeah, you can write your rent off to business expenses because it's under your LLC. Okay, but just to the random average person, bro, all that rent money you pay every year, money flushed down the toilet. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell people is, as soon as you can get a fucking, especially look up the average fucking cost of living for your area, look up how much rent you're paying right now. If you can get a mortgage that's lesser than the rent that you're paying, okay, do it. Just be careful though, because when you're talking condos, or you're talking townhomes and things like that. A lot of people get caught up in the HOA fees. They don't understand that it's HOA fees or maintenance fees, and especially if you're talking about a condo, man, that shit gets expensive because it's like an extra. It could be everything from $200 extra a month to $500 or even more per month because of you're pretty much living in apartments. You know what I'm saying? Just mortgage fucking apartments. So shout out to J Stein Randoms, man. Yeah, man. Listen, bro, I'm not gonna tell y'all nothing. I'm not gonna tell y'all nothing crazy. Am I a fucking financial advisor? Am I expert? No, but Big Truck is. And again, Big Truck pretty much agrees with what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, Big Truck done showed y'all niggas the illustrious 850 credit score. He has several properties. He's a landlord. He's financial fucking administrator. He's certified, and the nigga's a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I'm saying? And he looked like Biggie Small / Big Marquis. What more could you ask for? Like, this nigga's everything you could possibly have. So again, man, I'm not really doing this to troll or whatnot, what have you. All I'm saying is, don't listen to fucking, you know, niggas that, again, man, it's just certain shit that's just not smart. Okay. Even when Ramil was here, Ramil said it the same thing, bro. If you're out here spending $20,000 on a fucking vehicle, bro, like, and bragging about it, you're losing, my nigga. Okay. Again, credit is important. Build your credit up. If you can fucking have whatever car you want, all right, that 0% interest loan exists for you with that credit, with that perfect credit score. Hell, you ain't gotta be credit shit perfect. You get 800 or whatever, man. More likely than not, you're gonna qualify for that shit. That is the same as cash loan. Shout out to everybody that said it in the thing. I done use plenty of same as cash loans. You even get some same as cash deals depending on the credit card you got. You had that too, Big Truck. Like, the first purchase you make is like, you know, up to X amount of dollars, and you know, for a certain period of time, is interest free, like 0% interest, right?
Right.
Exactly. So again, man, credit is a tool, just like money is a tool, and they're meant to be used together to give you the best possible outcome. This is something we never ever hear or have the conversations about seriously in the Black community. Ultimately, that's what I'm saying, man. Again, we're all gonna disagree on certain things and whatnot, what have you. But ultimately, man, what we all agree upon is, bro, renting is not the way. This isn't me really shitting on motherfuckers for renting. No, that's not what this is about. But I'm trying to tell you, man, listen, if you're going to say that you're going to take X amount of dollars to build up to buy that property, cool, fine. But you can still do the same thing and own the property you have, and then turn around and get a kickback on the property you sell once you decide to get the cheaper property, versus just flush all that fucking money down the drain that you're never going to see again, paying it to a rent office. That's all I'm saying. But we got my trusty co-host and co-pilot today in the building. Close us out, man.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to just say thank you for everybody who popped in, whether I spoke to you or saw you or not. And one of the things I just like to point out that Bro Truth had mentioned that nobody really probably heard was, he said the transition from renting to buying. That's what you should be focused on. If you're forced into a position where you have to rent, because most renters don't really have a choice, you should be focused on improving yourself so that you can transition to buying. Just like I mentioned, when I started out of college, I had like less than $3,000 in the bank, and I had a 500 credit score. Now I got a lot of money in the bank, and I got several properties, this, that, and the other. So what I'm saying is that it's the transition that matters. You're not going to get rich fast. You got to focus on the long-term planning of it. And ultimately, your goal should be making sure that when you leave this earth, that you're leaving behind paid off properties to your kids and that they can handle it. I've seen too many of my friends whose parents have died, left them paid off properties, and they did not have the mentality to just have a job to pay that shit and to keep it going. I've seen too many people who've left this earth and they had no plan whatsoever to leave anything to their kids, and their kids have to struggle twice as hard as me. And as far as this whole thing about credit, you can either believe on the one hand that credit is a slavery tool and you got slave papers and this, that, and other, or you could say, listen, for every purchase that I had to make anyway, because I got to eat, I got to have a roof over my head, I'm going to make my credit work for me, and it's going to be a tool, and I'm going to make back that money on it, and I'm going to get something out of every purchase I make is a strategy. Every purchase I make is a strategy. So you have two options. You can do it the one way and you can avoid it, and you can end up in a situation where you absolutely have to have credit for your insurance or health care or life insurance or a job. Or you could start working on making your credit spotless now, because your credit is your life. If you ain't got no credit, your cash will only take you but so far. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, let me do a quick. I meant to do a fantastic poll earlier, so let me ask a question. I still got 155 people in the building. All right, so out of the majority of people you know, if you know the majority of people that you know, the majority now. So let's say you know, and it's not everybody. Let's just say people that you actually know, not just motherfuckers. Hey, I drove by him yesterday on the road. people you actually know. If the majority of people you know, even if it's more one than the other, just by one person, own homes, put a 1 in the chat. If the majority of people you know rent, put a 2 in the chat. If the majority of people you know own, put 1, or have a mortgage, not just own or have a mortgage. If they have property, whether they have a mortgage or they own it outright, put a 1. If they have fucking they rent, put a 2. Let's just see. So own a mortgage, rent, 1, own a mortgage, 1, rent 2. Don't vote more than once, motherfuckers.
Well, the easiest way to do this is to set up a poll in your community chat.
Yeah, that too. But either way, we're looking at it, man. Like I'm saying, bro. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Again, most of the people rent, bro. Okay, most people rent, and that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I've seen people, and I've known people that have rented their entire lives, man. Entire lives. Like you said, that's another big thing too. People don't even have. Listen, it was a gap that happened between the silent generation and the Gen Xers. Okay. Silent generations, remember, they got houses when houses was like, 40, 30, not even $100,000 a pop, right? And those people die off. Of course, it's going to be paid off over 30 years because you grown. So if your grandma had a house and you 30 years old, you over 30, they ain't going to motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? That means the house is paid off.
Right.
So what? It's going to be passed down to somebody. But what happened was we had, especially when, the crack era, the 80s and all these different things, was a lot of those people didn't end up owning property. So this is why we're trying to, reset the thing and start it here with us, where the millennials have to be, especially knowing what we know and knowing the impact and seriousness of real estate. That's where we got to start doing that shit. So yeah, man, it's mostly 2s in here. So again, this isn't to really, rent shame motherfuckers or this not what have you. No, it's just to encourage you and have you give a perspective and understanding of what you should be trying to strive to do, because you will never benefit from renting. You will never get a kickback from renting. Okay. Just saying, man. Telling you. All right. Greatly appreciate everybody that came through, man. Shout out to motherfucking Caesar D1 that dropped the 100 ball on me. Shout out to Ice that dropped the 100 ball on me, man. Greatly appreciate you guys coming through and showing love. We always do. Now, again, I'm just, hey, I'm still waiting for my niggas say they'll count my salary out, man. I'm waiting to see it. I'm waiting for niggas to count my salary, man. Just saying, niggas balling and shit. But again, man, like I said, bro, it ain't really about the cash aspect of it, man. It's the total assets, okay? Cash and assets and everything you got. And we got to focus on getting the aspect of getting power. And the main way you're going to get power, man, is going to be finances and financially, economically in a capitalist society, okay? While we still have it. Yeah, I'm not rent policing, man. Again, shout out to Ice, man. Again, appreciate you, bro. But that's that on that one, man. I'll catch y'all on the next one. I'm out. Holla.